Chicken Lizard. What's up, bro? How you doing, bro? Bro, I apologize. I got I got onto this live way later than I expected to, man. It's almost 10. 3:35. Heck yeah, make sure you start doing your lives, man. It's kind of hard doing lives, but you can kind of start, and those subs will go up even higher, man. A lot of my subs came from live videos, so don't be afraid to go live, man. Whatever you do, don't be afraid to go live. Because live is something that helps your channel, especially if you got something more than what I talk about. Because I don't be talking about well, I be talking about stuff. In the back. What you mean in the back? I can already feel. Get them likes up, man. Get them likes up for me, man. Like and subscribe. So much new content on the way. Hey, what's going on, Sammy? I ain't seen you around in a minute, man. You know, can we get these likes up? Can we get some new subscribers? That would be great. Because we in the building all night. Not all night, but we in the building till it's late. It's only 10 o'clock where I'm at, man. It's 9:57. 4 minutes in, 24 people, 21 people in the chat with 2 likes. Do I play Fortnite? I don't, but I might start playing because I have it. I have Fortnite, I just don't play it. I know a bunch of cats who play it, but I'm not one of those cats. Appreciate the love, man. Appreciate the love in the house. I'm taking it you're a Fortnite player, bro. You a Fortnite player. The Adventures of Fortnite. This is gonna be like the beginning. The dog is crying. Hey, sit down right there. Sit down. Just don't be acting like the cat. If you want to go out. What is my phone number? My phone number is... Did you hear that? Don't tell nobody, man. Once again, my phone number is... But you got to remember, you got to put +1 at the beginning, right? So get those likes up for me, bro. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. And don't forget to subscribe. Hit that notification bell. And I will bring you mail. Get to the other side. To get to the other side. Chicken, what are you talking about, bro? I don't know what you mean, man. I've been sitting here brainstorming, and I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know what you are talking about. What if we just had a night where I logged in to do a live and there was 50 people watching. I had 150 likes and all these new subscribers. Oh, what's going on, Marsh? Who is my favorite rapper? And my second question is, should I become one myself? I don't know who your favorite rapper is, Marsh, Mellow. And the other thing is, I don't know if you should be a rapper yourself because I don't know if you can rap. Me personally, I've been rapping all my life. I'm pretty good at rapping, man. Sorry, I meant who is your favorite rapper? Who is my favorite rapper? Well, give me a like and I'll tell you, man. Let me see my likes go up 1 and I got you, man. All right, so you want to know my favorite rapper? My favorite rapper is a West Coast rapper. Right? I don't know how you feel about West Coast rappers, Marshmello. You like West Coast rap? You like the West Coast rap scene, bro? California to be exact. Well, the whole West. I'm talking about everywhere from Northwest all the way down to Southwest to West. Me, I'm from West. I ain't from Southwest, I ain't from Northwest, I'm from West. A bit, if ain't that bad. Okay, well. So one of my favorite rappers is E40 Fonzarelli, man. I really like E40, man. E40 is a great rapper. Entrance. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back, man. I had to check something. So yeah, E40 is one of my best rappers. Probably my greatest rapper of all times is probably gonna be, dang, you know what? I don't know. Cause I like a lot of rappers and some of my favorite rappers, they not even mainstream. What's going on, Primo? What's the latest on the greatest? Oh man, music fan. Excuse me. I apologize for the late start. We were supposed to get this done at 6:30. I'm 3.5 hours late. But other than that, I'm alright, Primo, man. I am doing what I am supposed to do, man. I don't even know how long this live is gonna be tonight, right? I don't know how long this live is gonna be, but hopefully it's long enough to get some new support. I love my support system, man. I have a pretty good support system. Marshmello says, I like the OG rappers like Snoop, Eminem, Ice Cube, Tupac, Biggie, Dre, 50 Cent, and people like Eazy-E and Exhibit. Oh, okay, well those are the same kind of rappers I like. Everybody you just named I like. It's just that I'm more of into the underground scene, right? So you got to understand there's people that listen to mainstream and then there's people that listen to underground, right? I like a lot of underground, so I probably could name rappers you've never heard of, and you probably would listen to them and say that's a little bit too street for me. You know, there's a lot of rappers that are in the business that people don't talk about because they are not mainstream, and so you know, you got to be like in the streets heavy to like certain rappers. So you don't have to be in the streets heavy to like Dr. Dre or 50 Cent. Snoop or Eminem, Ice Cube or Tupac. Now Tupac, he's different. People heavy in the streets listen to Pac. People heavy in the streets used to listen to Eazy-E. Exhibit, he's more of a movie star nowadays. Eminem, he's still dropping stuff. I ain't heard none of his new stuff. Biggie, we know Biggie already. He was street New York. 50 Cent, same thing. Ice Cube is also more of a movie star now. But I like old stuff, man. I like old stuff. I promise I do, man. Old stuff is still good, right? But when it comes to rap scenes, I like underground rap, underground rappers. And a lot of people don't mess with the underground because it is too street for their taste buds, their taste and their taste buds. But for me, underground is better than above ground in that case. Only when it comes to music. I'd rather be underground than above ground. Only in the music scene, not in life. Music fan, I apologize though. I was supposed to, you know what, so let me tell you what happened. I ended up live streaming some gameplay, but it was much needed. I did a half-baked tutorial on how to do missions on GTA 5, and then I had an individual ask me if I play Fortnite. And I said negative, but maybe I should start. Because if I turned on some Fortnite, everybody would watch. You know, I'm starting to learn some valuable lessons about life. I'm learning some valuable lessons, man. No. I'm going to throw some names out there for you to go look at. So you might want to grab a pen and a paper. Because if you forget... Okay, cool. If you forget, you ain't going to be able to reference it anymore. Well, yeah, you can. You could always rewatch this video later. But so... look up Savvy number 3 from Long Beach. Look up Big Sad 1900 from Paramount, Los Angeles. And look up, just for 3 off the top, G Perico. Okay, I want you to look them 3. G Perico's also from Los Angeles. So you can look up those 3, and then I'm gonna add a 4th one in there who's not a Crip rapper. Cause the 3 I named they're Crip rappers, blue bandanas. So for the red bandana, I'm gonna go with 2 rappers actually. I'm gonna go with Rucci, and I'm gonna go with the rapper named Scheme. Right, that's 5 rappers. I'm gonna say it again. Savvy the 3rd, Big Sad 1900, and G Perico. for the 3 Crip rappers. And then 2 Blood rappers. Rucci and Scheme. And matter of fact, I'm going to throw in 3 Blood rappers, right? But one of them is not from Los Angeles. The other one's from up north. So number 3 is going to be CML Heavyweight Hank, right? Lavish D. If you can remember those names, right? So let's do it one more time. We got Savvy the Third. We got Big Sad 1900. And we got G Perico. All from LA. And then on the Blood side, we got Rucci. We got Scheme, which they're from the same area. And then you got up north, which is CML Lavish D, right? If you can handle those 6 rappers, then you can handle anything. Now get them likes up, man. Like and subscribe. Even though I know that you don't like my vibe. I'm drinking 7-Up tonight, man. So make 7-Up yours. So Marshmello, those are my rappers. Now, I never even heard of Ghetto Vet. Or by Ice Cube, you said. Oh, you're drinking tea. Oh, you know what? I got tea in there. I got that Herbalito green tea. But I ain't feel like making no tea tonight because there's a few more things. I need to go get some more honey. I need to go get some more ginger. See, when I make tea, I really make tea. Rarely will you catch my tea with just one ingredient. You know what I'm saying? We do got limes and lemons and all of that, which is cool to put in tea, but what about the honey? What about the ginger? What about the mint leaf? You know, what about the cinnamon bark and all of that? You can't just make tea. You gotta make a herbal tea. You know what I'm saying? And then take a trip on down to the herbal store. I only drink water, tea, and lemonade. Very good, but let me tell you something. Hamdi, you gotta pay attention to what lemonade you drink because some lemonade is too acidic and it's too sweet. And when you mix too sweet and too acidic together, you damn near get some good tasting battery acid that will rot your teeth out because it works as a team. The mint lemonade with honey, that's, yeah, now you're talking. When you mix real sour acidic lemonade with a lot of sugar, you get a double team on your teeth. So the absorbic acid will strip away the enamel like lightning, and then the sugar comes right up behind it and starts eating holes in your teeth. So, hey man, sugar acts as an acid too. That's why in certain situations, sugar turns into alcohol. And alcohol is ethanol. And ethanol is poisonous. So, just make sure you choose the right lemonade, man. Natural is always the best route. Get you some natural cane sugar. Mix it with some natural limes and lemon juice, squeezed fresh from your hands with some real honey. And it sounds to me like that's what you already do. And you stopped drinking 6 years ago. Man, that is a blessing, bro. That is a blessing. Because a lot of people, like myself, yeah, alcohol makes me very tired too, man. I get more tired off of drinking than I do when I used to smoke. It just depends, you know. Nowadays, cannabis has many different kinds as well as alcohol. But the thing about alcohol is even though there's all these different kind of alcohols, it's not like they make you different kinds of drunk. You can go buy any alcohol you want and it's going to make you feel the exact same way. It's kind of the same with cannabis too, but cannabis is different. You can get different levels of highs from weed, but for me, it doesn't matter what alcohol I've ever purchased. It gets me drunk and it makes me tired. Yeah, that is definitely something that it does to people. You know, I knew a few instances when I lived in Vegas where alcohol consumption ultimately led to some people's demise. So, you know, that was always a big, that was always like a big help when it came to like not over drinking. What's going on, Sammy? I see you, man. Yeah, I've seen, and it was like unalivings that were idiotic, man. Like very very presentable incidents that happened to people that were inebriated at the time of their demise, their untimely demise. So, you know, if in fact they wouldn't have been drunk at the time, they would still be with us. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I've seen that too, man. In Las Vegas, you got to think. In Las Vegas, it'd be so many drunk people. I cannot tell you how many people I've seen, you know, get taken advantage of. Um, yeah, I've seen it all. I've seen moral, I've seen physical, and I've seen monetary. You go to Vegas over drinking and not being in your room and hanging out on the strip all night, you definitely can get stripped of all your belongings. And in certain instances, you can get stripped of your life. I've seen it. I've seen drunk drivers run over crowds of people. I haven't personally seen it, but I did see one night where a drunk driver hit two people and one of them passed away on the scene, and the other victim was so incredibly messed up. I do believe they probably perished at the hospital because it was a guy and his girlfriend. They were on vacation. I think they said they were from Hawaii too, man. And this guy comes speeding from out of a casino parking garage, uh, disregarding a red light. And at the same moment that he come flying out of the casino parking lot, they these two people were crossing the street. Now, mind you, they was jaywalking, right? And in Vegas, jaywalking is a big no-no. Because in Vegas, if you jaywalk and you get hit by a car, it is not the driver's fault in Vegas. I don't know if it's like that everywhere, but I know in Vegas, if you get hit and you even get unalived by jaywalking, the driver will not be penalized for that unless they were under the influence. And a good way to know if they're under the influence is if they hit you and they keep going, which that kind of works in your favor, because if you get hit by a inebriated driver and they keep going, even if you was jaywalking outside of a crosswalk, you know, the criminality of the act goes back into the driver's hands for not stopping. So, you know, I seen the girl that night. She looked good too, man. She looked real good. She ended up passing away on the scene. Her boyfriend, I don't know what was up with him, but he took a very severe head injury, man. And I feel like it's the only way to socialize with people when you're an adult in the U.S. You know what? They absolutely should have more cannabis bars, but the problem, I think, is that they consider cannabis a controlled substance, and that you can't consume it in public even though everybody does. And so if they were to have like a bar, that would be considered consuming it in public. So, you know, they got regulations on it, and nobody's stepped up to be like, hey, can we have marijuana bars? Because I'll tell you this, they got marijuana bars in Amsterdam. If you have a dented car and you need free repairs, all you have to do is park by a bar and wait for a drunk guy. Yeah, no doubt about it. You past him and then stop suddenly. Yeah, man. Sounds like insurance scamming to me, but if it works, it works. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But then, you don't want to get somebody, you know, someone who receives a DUI. Bro, that's like opening a whole can of worms in somebody's life, man. Then you got to take school, you got to pay fines, you got to lose your license. It's all this stuff that happens when you get a DUI. So I wouldn't personally do anybody like that, because I can't tell you how many times I have been drunk and driving in my life. I'm talking about, I have definitely been under the influence while operating a vehicle in my life. Not going to say when, not going to say where. I'm just going to admit that I've done it. What's that? Or no, I haven't. I never heard of that. People that cruise by bars waiting for an idiot drunk driver. That could end good or bad. You don't want to find out, though. I can tell you that. Like, it could go good or it could go bad. You know what I'm saying? But it could definitely go in your favor, especially if you got someone sitting inside the bar watching everybody and they're getting certain people with car. You want to make sure you get the guy with the nice car real tipsy. But there's definitely a lot of ways to set people up, man. I can't tell you how many incidents I seen in my adult lifetime, even when I was a kid, in certain instances, man, where people got set up and didn't even know it. And you know why? Because they thought, oh, I'm already drunk, so it's probably my fault. When in fact, they were targeted because they was drunk, boy. That's why it's safe to be a good sober driver. Use your blinkers. Obey all the road regulations. Stop at all the red lights and stop signs. And just, do the speed limit. Because, man, I'm telling you, there's people out there that'll have you in a world of trouble. I remember the plumbing department at Home Depot and the return for a gift card. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, that was one of the things that Home Depot was known for, was people making returns without receipts so they could receive store credit on a card. And then there was people out there that would buy the store credit card for cash. Pennies on the dollar, if you ask me, but that was definitely a hustle that people partaked in. That was definitely, man, I got a bump on my back. Whew. I don't want to mess with it because it's going to make me winch in pain. But yeah, that the Home Depot scheme has been going on for a long time, man. It's not pennies on the dollars. It depending on where you're from. Depending on what state you're in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can make that kind of money, but you're gonna have to go exchange some big ticket items. Yeah, see, New York City's got a different money structure. Back on the West Coast in California, believe it or not, it's harder to get away with that kind of stuff. But I've definitely heard of it, the plumbing department. Okay, I you know what? That's different. I don't know anything about the plumbing department, but I know that there's a lot of things in Home Depot that are small, that are expensive. They got these little pieces at $7 a piece. Okay, so you just take like 20 of them, huh? 20 little things, put them in your pocket, walk out and walk back in and say, hey, I want to exchange these. But I don't have the receipt. At some point, Home Depot will have to stop that. But I've definitely heard of the Home Depot scam. Definitely heard of that. But don't worry, because Home Depot, they get tax write-offs for people that scam. Oh yeah, I don't know. I've heard about it, but I haven't heard anything about it in in a lot of years, man. I haven't heard what's going on with the Home Depot scamming, so I wouldn't be able to elaborate on it too much because Moshi Momo says I'm handsome. It's a huge corporation. That it is. Home Depot is and I'm pretty sure, just like most other corporations, they've got lots of other companies under the same umbrella. No, I haven't heard of flock. Well, yeah, I've heard of flock cameras. I've heard of them. You know, I lived in a city where they probably were one of the they probably started the flock cameras first. Home Depot got them in all their lots. Oh yeah, so you got to be careful. Most definitely. You don't want to implicate yourself on any type of crime that can be traced back to you. Most definitely not. Me personally, oh, Jay Biggs is in the house tonight, man. Long time no see, Jay Biggs. Yeah, we don't know much about Home Depot as a matter of fact at all now, do we? They're just tracking people in general. Yeah. Home Depot is one of those companies, obviously, that works with local law enforcement. Most businesses do, though. I mean, why would you have a company that would not work with law enforcement? Yeah, I don't live around any Whole Foods. I don't live around any Whole Foods, so it's hard to say. But I'll tell you this. You're going to get tracked whether you like it or not, so it really doesn't matter. You shouldn't let it get to you. Whole Foods is a scam anyways. Too expensive. Whole Foods is owned by Amazon. Oh wow, I didn't know that. They got stuff that is pretty cheap. Oh man, I don't think I've ever stepped foot inside of a Whole Foods before. Me personally. You know, out here in Michigan, they got Myers, they got Walmart, they got Kroger, and then they got all these little off-brand food chains that you probably never heard of. They got a lot of those. Well, you know, I'm only 600 miles from New York, but I'm 600 miles from Buffalo. So I could jump on the road right now and be in New York by tomorrow morning. As a matter of fact, I would be in Buffalo by 4 o'clock. Let me see, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. No, I can be in New York City by 6 a.m. if I leave. If I was to leave right now, I'll be in New York City by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Because Buffalo is 600 miles, but New York City is about 900 miles. So it'd be about a 6-7 hour drive. So I can make it by 6 a.m. Aldi's, there's lots of Aldi's out here. Buffalo is north of you. Yeah. Buffalo is in the back of the Buffalo is at one of the furthest points away from the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. So it's 600 miles from Detroit, and then it's about 300 miles from I'd never been to New York ever. Never. The only reason I would have ever wanted to go to New York is to get one of those Dominican girls or one of them Latinas. Well, I don't care if she's Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominicano, whatever, as long as she speaks Spanish, with 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 that gold hair and that pretty skin. It's only a little active because it's the capital of the state. Okay, many Dominicans. I went to high school with many Dominicans. Yeah, I had a girlfriend that was Dominican. Yeah, I like that blonde, that gold blonde hair they be having. They be dyeing it though. They be dyeing it. That ain't natural. But you know what? I was, how you doing, JB? I've been all right, man. Focusing more on other things instead of the internet so much. I still do my lives. I still do my videos, but I've been telling people I was gonna slow down on the live videos because you know, I've been my watch hours are still, nobody is really watching my stuff, and that's, you know, it's okay. It doesn't hurt my feelings or nothing, but like I spend a lot of time on I spend a lot of time doing these lives, and they got me some good subscribers. I got some good watch hours, but I started slacking on my videos, so I've been focusing a lot more on doing that. Like, I'm gonna have a couple videos dropping real soon, man. Dominican girls are probably the top 3, if not #1, if you're talking about oh man, I had a Dominican girl. I had a Puerto Rican girl from New York, man. Her dad owned a movie theater in Las Vegas, man. Sure did. Her name was Natalia. We didn't stay together that long because she moved back to New York City. Her dad ended up selling the theater to the city of Las Vegas, and then they sold the property to the Clark County School District, and they built a school on the property, and I never seen or heard from her again, man. But she used to get me up in her dad's movie theater for free. I never had to pay to go watch movies. I just call her and be like, hey, let's go watch a movie. And I'll meet her at the movie theater, and we'll just go up in the movies for free. Like the people that work there, they didn't even, we just walked right past them because they knew who she was. And since I was with her, man, when I was with her, we'll go to the movies all the time. I never had to pay a penny to get in, you know. But I was mad when she told me her dad sold it, and you know, that she was about to move back to New York. I was like, oh man. And she was a Puerto Rican. Like, real heavy accent. She didn't have a New York accent. She had a Spanish Puerto Rican accent. Yeah, man, them Dominican women. You just gotta watch out for them Dominican dudes, because they like to play with machetes. Nah, Natalia wasn't ghetto. She wasn't ghetto at all. She was just, I could just tell that people on the island are turned up. Like she wasn't no good girl neither. Now, like, I ain't gonna BS about it. Like, Natalia was not no goody two shoes. She was a young freak of the week, but that's what made me like her. But Patriot, you were just at Canaan's. Who is Patriot? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, man. I never been to New York though, man. Yeah, he was talking to a guy. I don't know. You know that dude or something, Jay Biggs? It probably is. Jay Biggs is over in New Zealand, bro. So he's not even out here in the U.S. And chances are Patriots not neither. But I like when international people check out my channel, man. It makes me feel foreign. Makes me feel like I'm worldwide. It makes me feel good. It's not that far, and you don't need more than 3 days. Man, I don't need more than 3 hours. But the thing is, there ain't nothing for me in New York City. Nothing. I don't got no family out there. Never been out there. Ain't got no money to go out there. And I don't know if I were to end up in New York tomorrow, what would I do? It is too cold to be messing around. I don't want to visit nothing in New York. I'm cool, man. If anything, if I went to New York, I want to meet the finest girl in the city. And I ain't talking about Alicia Keys neither. I'm talking about the finest ghetto girl in the ghetto. She ain't got to be Dominican. I'll go get me a fine Foxy Brown looking sister. Man, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I gotta save some money, man. You right about that. I heard down at Madison Square Garden, everything is like quadruple the price. Like if you want a slice of pizza from Madison Square Garden, it's gonna cost you like $6 for one slice. Yeah, for me it is 800 bucks. But you know I'm cheap, bro. I wouldn't be trying to spend no money. Yeah, that's what I meant, Times Square. If you go to Times Square, I said Madison Square Garden. I meant to say Times Square. If you go to Times Square, to any one of them stores, it's like how they sell stuff on the Las Vegas Strip. A $2 slice of pizza goes up to $10 a slice. Like, nah. So New York is they just like everywhere else, man. You know, I ain't trying to spend all my money at anybody's city. Right. Yep. It's like living in Manhattan. And so for me, no. I don't want to go to a big place like that where I guess I could survive, but where would you live? You got to go live in the hood. You got to go live in the hood because you ain't going to be able to afford to live anywhere else. And in New York, even the hood is expensive. A pack of cigarettes, if you smoke, is $25. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather pick up cigarette butts on the ground than pay $25 a pack. You better get you some rolling papers and go cigarette butt hunting in all the ashtrays. But you probably ain't gonna find no cigarettes in New York because the homeless motherfuckers, they be snatching all that stuff up. Uptown, it's $18. NY stamp, $13 in other states. Oh, okay. How did I know Music Fan was going to make a comment about that? You know what? Because me and Music Fan have a lot of memoritos about life. We can resonate on a lot of levels. But anyways, hey man. As a matter of fact, we have a huge bootleg cigarettes from southern states. Yeah, I know, but you can taste fake cigarettes, bro. You can taste them, man. You light up a fake cigarette, you gonna know immediately. It ain't even gonna taste the same. You gonna light a cigarette and be like, what in the hell is this? What do you mean? You just said they're not fake. Well, if they're not fake, why are they bootleg? Because they're fake. Oh, they buy them cheap in the South and then sell them for the high in New York. That's what you mean, huh? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's because a lot of cigarettes are made in the South. All the cigarette factories are in the South. Almost all of them. I'm pretty sure. They are fake. They're cheap like Chinese. Yeah, I bought in Vegas. I've at a Habibi store. I've bought fake Newports before. And the reason why I know they were fake is because when I lit one up, it didn't taste nothing like a Newport. But it had a Newport pack. The cigarette said Newport. Everything was Newport except the way it tasted. I knew right away when I lit it up, okay, this ain't no Newport, man. I don't know what the hell I'm smoking, but it ain't no Newport. Yeah. You know what? Did you know that you can grow tobacco leaves in your backyard? And you can even process them when they're done and ripe. You can do all that from home. Now, you may not ever be able to make a cigarette taste the way that these companies make it taste because they use 7,000 ingredients to make it taste a certain way. But I heard this guy was telling me how you can grow cigarette nicotine plants in your backyard. And there's also different ways to benefit from nicotine plants. As long as you get it when it's in its natural form before it's rolled into a cigarette or a cigar. They do it over in Cuba. You know, there's a lot of places where you can do a lot with cigarette plant, or I keep saying cigarette, with a nicotine plant. You know, they're plants just like anything else, but supposedly nicotine by itself, without all the ingredients, it's not addictive like they say it is. Nicotine itself is hardly addictive. It's just when they mix all these chemicals with it, it becomes addictive. But if you were to just roll a cigarette out of some natural tobacco and you process it at your house to make it smokable, it ain't gonna be addictive like a regular cigarette. Nah, there ain't no way, man. Cause in Michigan, cigarettes are at almost $12. Actually, they are at 12. They're $11.99. Because of the taxes. Well, I know here in Michigan right now, the cheapest pack you're gonna get is $7. And the most expensive is around $13. And if you go places like to Vegas, to the Strip, you're gonna be paying about $25 a pack of cigarettes. But you know why they do that, right? Because if those casinos didn't charge you $25 for those cigarettes, they would never be able to keep the casino open. Yeah, well, you know what? Believe it or not, Michigan is one of those places where you can get a lot of contraband from the river and from the border over in Canada. You can get cheap cigarettes from Canada, right? They're cheaper than American prices because the dollar over there is cheaper. So if you were to get a pack of Canadian cigarettes, they wouldn't be very much cheaper. But let's be real, when you're struggling in life, when you're not just an absolute baller with all the money in the world, even if you can get 50 cents cheaper, you will be happy with that. Vegas is a flat city. One day it's gonna have a desert flood. It's already had desert floods, man. I lived in Vegas for 17 fucking years, bro. It's already had floods, but the thing is, they've dug all kind of different channels at the right spots after studying weather patterns for 100 years. But even with all the spots that they dug, you're right, it can still flood. It's not based on how they dug the channels. It's based on the amount of water that drops out the sky, right? If they just get some abnormal amount of water, yeah, but even if that were to happen, the water it drains fairly quickly and it will end up, even if like for, so what I'm trying to say is Vegas is slanted, right? So in other words, Vegas is on a, it's slanted. It's flat, but it's not flat. It's there's a percent of a grade to the whole city. So in other words, if you're at the strip, you're in the middle of it. So that means you're not at your, if you're on the strip, you're not at the highest point or the lowest point. If you want to get to the highest point, you got to go back to the suburbs, which if you know anything about Vegas, that's like Summerlin area. Now, if you're down on, let's say, Boulder Highway, you're at the lowest point. And it gets even lower than that. Because Boulder Highway, the city continues past Boulder Highway. No. Las Vegas is dry and dusty. It doesn't, there's no mud, and there's rocks in the hills because it's the mountain range that separates California and Nevada, but it's mostly you know, you can do some good prospecting out there. You can do some good prospecting. You see rocks. There's rocks, definitely rocks in the soil. It's rocks. No, it ain't just sand. But it depends on where you at, though. There are places where it's just sand, but most places, wherever you go to dig, you're gonna find little rocks about this big. You know, it's a good place to build at. But it is an earthquake zone. Las Vegas is definitely an earthquake zone. But in order for Vegas to flood, it could flood, right? But it would have to be because the storm starts in the back of the city. In other words, it starts northwest, and then the water's going to flow rapidly south, and that would cause a flood. But the only possible way that could happen is if it just got I'm talking about record rainstorms like never before, and it just is a freak event to where just all this water dumps out of nowhere, and how do you say it? It overpowers the flood channels that they have, right? I guess it could happen because it happened in the 90s, right? Where they were still putting all the channels together. Even though they already had a lot, it still wasn't completely stopping. Like some neighborhoods would still flood, you know what I mean? So like the strip still floods, still to this day. Like they got these channels, but they can only hold so much water at a time before it overflows into the city. And even though the water moves fast to the Colorado River, right? The Lake Mead, Colorado River, it moves fast. But that's not the issue. The issue is debris getting caught up in the drains. Water having to pass through neighborhoods, through tight spaces, and the is Vegas share. I don't know what you mean, bro. But it never flooded in the 17 years that I lived there. I mean, it would flood a little bit, but it wasn't nothing that would hurt nobody, right? Flooding in Vegas is they're getting better because they're building more flood channels. Yeah. I still don't know what you're trying to say, but share from Lake Mead. Fighting with Colorado and the Big Bear. Yeah, exactly. It's California's got the biggest percentage of the water, and the California area won't renegotiate But the problem with the water situation is the fact that the Colorado River, most of it goes to California, and then Arizona gets a little bit, and then Vegas gets the remaining percentage. But the problem is California won't renegotiate the treaty because the treaty is over 120 years old. And back when they made the treaty, Vegas didn't need the amount of water that they need now. California always had, you know, more than what they needed, so it was never a water issue with the Colorado going into California. But Arizona has some of their own water too, though. They got Lake Havasu. They got different. I don't know much about Arizona, but I know they get the water too because the Hoover Dam in Las Vegas, or back behind Las Vegas, it's built right on the Nevada-Arizona border, right? It's built right on the border. Half of it's in Arizona, the other half is in Nevada. So they definitely get some of the water, but California gets the bulk of the water because of the size of the state. But like I said, there's already content creators that I've seen online talking about Vegas is drying up, and that's a fact. So since Vegas is drying up, they're going to be in trouble soon. Hold on. Yeah. Vegas, it is what it is. Because they also say that there's going to be a major flood event coming out of California at some point if the San Andreas fault line keeps showing activity. Vegas is still like America in the 60s. As far as what? All you know what? California won't re-sign the treaty because it will hurt the residents of California. Now that the population then grew all over that area, along that waterway, California can't, they can't renegotiate the treaty because they need the water now. But the problem is Vegas is they're being hurt by the lack of water. Yeah, but let's be real, man. In this modern society, there's only one way to do shit. Create a $1 billion industry and then market it to the people and then tax them for it. That's what they've been doing. So the only indigenous way is to build a gigantic facility that takes the water and provides it to everybody, but at the same time charge them for it. What they need to do is spend the money to make a water purification plant in California that sucks water away from the coast and pumps it into the state. But they say that shit is so expensive they can't do it. It's just not financially feasible to turn the ocean salt water into fresh water for the people to drink. And then even if they could, it'd be nasty, because you got to take it through too much of a process. If you build a house out of wood in the desert, then you need an air conditioner. Yeah, that's what they say, but I don't think that's the case. Because how can you be rich if you owe everybody the riches that you have? You got a big pile of money, but you owe it. You owe everybody. And I've been to the Hoover Dam. Twice. I've been out there a couple times. At one point, me, my brother, and my sister drove out to the Hoover Dam in the middle of the night. Just to have fun. We weren't really doing anything. We were just out chilling. But you're still spending on new debts. Might as well spend on good things. Yeah, for sure. The Hoover Dam is cool. Yeah, I've been there. I took the tour that takes you under the dam, right? They got like a tour you can buy for it. You got to schedule it in advance, right? But it's like a little day that you take out and drive up there, and you can go under the dam. And it's crazy because when you go under the dam where the turbines are, you're like inside of a mountain where the walls, it reminds me of this like Austin Powers movie, because like you're inside of a mountain and there's water leaking through the rocks on the wall. So they got these curbs built inside of the laboratory, right? Yeah, they got like these curbs built so the water can't just flood onto the floor, and the curbs are right up against the wall. So as the water trickles out of the rock into the laboratory, it keeps it cool, but they got to build these curbs to, like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? You got to like guide the water back to the drain. And then it's so big down there that they got cars that drive through there. Like, it's not a small area, it's a big area. And they got, like, I remember when we were walking through it with the tour guide, there was cars, little Ford Tauruses that were parked down there, you know, little white cars. That's the only thing that really amazes me. It's those endless mountains. I wonder if there are caves. Oh man, caves in California and Nevada, there are many caves. I've been in a few of them. Yes, there are caves. There are caves, and there are mine shafts. You got to be careful with those mine shafts though, because you could end up like losing your life in them caves. Exactly. Like, if you like that kind of stuff, then you are on the wrong side of the map, sir. You need to go move to the desert. Because the desert that's where I grew up, in the desert. Hey man, the desert is a whole different place, man. Totally different place. New York is the concrete jungle. You know, if you move to the desert, you would feel like, wow, this is too much space, man. Like, you can go reach a vantage point on a hill and you can see 360 degrees around you for as far as the eye could see. And if a person was approaching you in a car, you'd be able to see them from 10 miles away. Where can you do that in New York at? Nowhere. I love the desert, man. That's where I grew up at, man. I grew up in the desert. And I wish that when I passed on, I could get buried back in the desert, man. Yeah, the desert's beautiful. I always wanted to go to the deserts of Afghanistan, right? And I wanted to see how all these people of the Middle East live underground in tunnels and caves and shit, to the point where, bro, they got whole families living out in the middle of the desert. And the craziest part about it is, if you were to be out there, you would just look and see a barren desert with nothing in it, not even knowing there were hundreds of people below your feet. And they got ways to where they could see you and you don't see them. No, I'm not talking about the mountains, but there are parts of Afghanistan that are in the desert, right? When they were fighting the United States military, a lot of it was fought in the desert, right? A big chunk of it, like the Gulf War and all that kind of shit. It was in the desert, right? But they got whole like families and shit that live underground, bro, and they got these tunnel systems. They don't have to worry about being hot in the middle of the damn summertime. They live underground. You know what I mean? And well, yeah, Iraq also has desert. Iraq definitely has desert, but um, what got me was when they said those people they live underground, out in the middle of the desert. And if they took you into one of their spots, they'll have like a big open cavity where everybody chills at. And then they got these little cave systems that lead to other people's spots. You never got to come up to the motherfucking surface to get down the block and around the corner. Like, you can go down the block around the corner and remain underground the whole time. And you know who else does that? Mexico. There's a lot of desert. There's a lot of desert in Mexico, man. It's the remaining desert that leaves out of California. It goes down into Mexico. There's a lot of desert. And you could spend your whole life exploring the desert. I promise you. You could spend one whole lifetime exploring the desert, and that still wouldn't be enough time to finish exploring the desert. Man, I remember when we was growing up out in California, and we used to come across desert tortoises, man. I'm talking about big turtles just out in the middle of the desert chilling. Coyotes, poisonous snakes, big ass lizards, and all kinds of stuff. Hey, what's going on, Marshmallow? I see you made it back. Hey, my brother, I'm back. Sorry I was gone for a bit. Hey, I'm back. Okay, Marshmallow, good to see you, bro. Make sure you don't hesitate to subscribe to the channel, man. If you ain't already, it will be golden. Me, myself, I'm about to step away for a hot second. I gotta use the restroom. I gotta check on the house and do a perimeter check, but I shall. Oh yeah, let's not forget about the tarantulas. Hey, they got all kinds of stuff out in the desert, man. You can never explore the desert enough. You can find gold in the desert. You can find bodies in the desert. You can find someone's treasure in the desert. You can find scorpions. I found scorpions in the desert, right? You can find wild horses in the desert. You ever seen a wild horse that nobody owns? You can find them in the desert. Yeah, you can find mummies, I'm telling you. People find them all the time out there around where I grew up. But my friend had one. We drowned it and it didn't die. Yeah, they got wild horses. If you go back towards like Nevada and California border out in that desert, and another thing that you need to understand too is all that whole region used to be under seawater, bro. Like, it used to be under seawater, like at least 200 feet of water. You know, so when you go out there exploring in the desert, you also find old fossils from the Ice Age, or whenever the last Ice Age, whenever the water was, you know, out in the Nevada desert. It still floods when it rains, right? Because it used to be underwater, but it evaporated as temperatures changed and, you know, earthquakes shifted mountains and made water go different directions. And, you know, but all of that shit, just imagine the desert of California used to be the bottom of the ocean. And you can see, that's why I love the desert, because you get out there and you start exploring and you start to see the way the landscape is, that all this shit used to be the floor of the floor of the sea. You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely something that is amazing, right? It is amazing, but you're only going to experience that in the California, Nevada desert, maybe parts of Arizona, right? Now the crazy part, if you go to the Arizona desert, you can find, not to sound racist, bro, but you can find Mexicans. You can find their belongings. You can find illegal drugs and weapons. But you know what's crazy? They got these white dudes that aren't even cops. They're not ICE agents. They're not even law enforcement at all. but somehow they got like a license to go out and hunt these people, and even in some cases unalive them, right? And when you come across them, they act as if they got all this authority. And those guys always trip me out, man, how they move. It's like one group of people have all this authority over everything, while everyone else is just, you know, we're just, I don't even know what we are. We're just renters, I guess. Renters. But at any rate, you go out there and you got to be careful, though, because you got these white guys in their trucks and they patrol that area. But like I said, they're not police. They're not border patrol. They're not anything. They're just guys with nothing else to do. And they go out there and they patrol, right? So you don't want to necessarily go out in that desert because you don't want to have a run-in with these guys because they're heavily armed and they're trigger happy, and like it's in the Arizona desert. Now, they probably own property out that way, so that could be a main reason why they do it. I don't really know, but they are always hunting for illegal immigrants passing into America from Mexico, and they be finding lots of drugs, weapons, money, people's belongings, mummified bodies. It's just, there's everything out there, right? But it's because the desert out there, it's a huge area, man. It's a really, really big area. And you can get lost in that desert. You absolutely can. And I would say that the desert area of the West Coast is a couple thousand square miles. It's big enough to get lost. It's like being lost in the jungle, right? But the good part is they can, if you're smart and you know how to move in the desert, you will survive. There's one thing about the desert, boys. If you know how to move in the desert, you got everything you need to survive, man. Everything. There's animals, there's shelter, there's water. You just got to know how to find it all. And a lot of people don't. Yeah, but I grew up in the Wild West, man, and I love it. I wish I was still there. A lot of time, I wish I was still there. Nah, civilization's not far. But I'm going to tell you one thing about the desert of California. You go far enough out there, you'll forget about civilization, man. Yeah, you're right about that. The Sahara Desert is, well, you know what? That is the scary one, man. What's going on, ICG? Hey, you right about the Sahara Desert, but what about the Australian desert? That's the one that scares me. The Australian desert, you'll mess around and you'll get ate up by some damn some hyenas. If you come across the water, your ass will end up at the beach, the shore. You think Australia's gonna disappear? Jay Biggs, man, tell us what's going on with Australia, man, because I need to get out there before it disappears, man. I'm trying to make my way to the Australian. Oh yeah, don't forget about the crocodiles and all the danger. Hey, have you ever seen a video of how the oh, they don't have them? Okay, I thought they had hyenas out there. I don't know why I thought that. They got wild dogs though. I've seen them. They got something out. They got, okay, even if Australia does not have hyenas, they got every damn thing else. They got everything else, man. I mean, Australia got every animal on the planet in one country. Okay, maybe it's the dingo I'm thinking of. Okay, they got the roos, they got the dingoes. You know, they got every snake in the world. The damn kangaroos want to fight you, and they swole. You know, and let's not even forget about the spiders in Australia, man. That's a scary desert, bro. But I know what you mean. The Sahara Desert, you would just not be able to survive, you know? Like that's just a desolate place where there's nothing. Like, you'll get lucky if you see a lizard every 1,000 miles in the Sahara Desert. Right. In the Sahara Desert, scary because you just will walk for days and not see nothing. You might come across a couple dried up bodies, but that's about it. Yeah, in Australia you can eat. You'll be all right. Yeah, I guess you're right. Then that does make Sahara more scarier because I'd rather be challenged with the wildlife to survive than being in a desert where you don't even see a tree, a plant, nothing. Like, there ain't even no trees in the Sahara Desert, man. Hard kangaroo steaks. Yeah, I don't know about kangaroo steaks. I have to try that. But you know what? I try kangaroo steaks. Kangaroo steaks. I might be used to, like, beef from cows and shit, but, like, I've never eaten rabbit or coyote or nothing like that. But I tell you, I will. If it'll make sure that I get to be fed to the next meal, shoot. I'll eat a Roo burger. I promise I will, man. A kangaroo steak, yeah. Let's fry up 2 of them, please. By the way, can we get some Australian potatoes with that? Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't want to dare get caught up out there in the Sahara Desert, man. You don't survive that kind of stuff, man. You just don't survive that kind of stuff. And unless you got... And I even heard that some of the most experienced navigators have huge issues with the Sahara Desert. If you get lost, then what you gonna do? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, if you know the stars, you'll be all right. But you know what? I'm gonna pass on the Sahara Desert. I think I'm gonna pass on the Sahara. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna say, no ma'am, no sir. We do not want to go to the Sahara Desert unless I got Humvees. Let me tell you, the only way I'm going to the Sahara Desert is I gotta have 10 Humvees, a helicopter guide, a water truck. I'm talking about, we don't want camels. We want a whole diesel with 50,000 gallons of water, right? With 20 cows chained to the back of it as it treks slowly through the desert. Like, if I go to that desert, man, that truck will break. No, I know. It wouldn't be able to make it through the sand. Although they do got trucks that would make it through that sand, but I don't think a big rig with 50,000 gallons of water would be able to do it. Yeah, I love, you know what? One of my favorite trucks of all times are the Toyota pickups. That's like one of the toughest trucks in the world, man. People think it's American trucks, but it ain't. Well, it used to be the Humvee, but the problem with the Humvee is a Humvee is not a pickup truck. But Toyota done made some of the baddest little trucks in the world, man. You know, and now, hey, China, we're switching speeds a little bit, but China, they getting into the car business and dominating. I'm talking about shit. Yeah, because you know why? Everybody would stop buying other cars and they would only buy the Toyota. Right? And then Toyota got regular prices still. Like, you ain't got to pay. How much is a Toyota Helix? About $15,000, $20,000. You want to go get an F-150? You want to go get a Silverado? You looking at $60,000, $70,000. Well, I'm gonna have to look up, because one, I seen a Toyota they got that's pretty cheap that you can order. You can order it, but it doesn't have no electronics in it. It's just a basic truck. Okay, that definitely ain't the truck I'm talking about. But shit, 50K is still cheaper than these American trucks. Really, it is banned in the USA. I'm sure some people got them. There's always a few people that got one or two hidden, ducked off. Yeah, hey, there's a lot of cars that are banned in America that are from other countries. There's a whole list of vehicles that you can't buy. A lot of them Australian cars, you can't get them in America. Yeah. Well, that's how those Caprices got to America. The newer ones, the Caprices that were made in the 2000s, a lot of them were were they built? They were shipped to Australia or some shit, and then they I don't know, but every now and then you see some people in America with these Chevy Caprices that they got like big V8s in them, and you don't really see them a lot. But some people have them, and they're like they were made for Australian people. Just like in Australia, they got all these cars that are American brands, but they weren't from America. I mean, they weren't sold in America. Like they got the man, they got a few of them, man. I can't even think of none of them right off the top. Right, I can't even think of none of them just right directly off my mind. But like, I know they got some Fords. Yes, but the '90s Helix is in good condition. There, man. I'm gonna have to look that up. The Helix, the Toyota Helix. Why haven't I heard of that? Oh, you know what? I think I know. Is the Helix them little bitty Toyota two-door cabs with the small bed, but they usually have it with a suspension kit and like dune tires and shit on it? I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about. It's the little truck, but it's got a lot of power though. It's a little bitty truck, but it got like major power. Pretty sure that's the one you talk about. And they be using them to soak up the motors so they can go dune racing and shit. That's not the one. Yeah. Oh, so there's the okay. Well, it is the same one. It's just the smaller version. I still know which one you're talking about. So the Helix is the one that's got like the extended cab on it. ISIS. The regular one is used by the. Oh, I got you. Okay, the regular one is used by the. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, that's crazy. But that's because those trucks are badass, though. So if you got one in America, what you could go through any mountain range in America, huh? You could put a rocket launcher on the back of it. Of course you can. If it's made in Japan, they're gonna make sure you can turn it into a war machine. Oh man. They use the truck for transport. Okay, recoil. Did you mean to say reconnaissance? I don't know what recoil is, so I wonder if you meant to say reconnaissance. But I thought you could only do reconnaissance in the air, so. Okay. Oh, I get what you mean. The truck itself they use for recoil because you can't just mount it on a. I know what you're saying. I would hate to be the driver while one of them big caliber machine guns are going off. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Now I had to think about it. That's why I said I would hate to be the driver while somebody was shooting. That would be terrible, man. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. Definitely seen it in videos, man. Hold on. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to be a driver. Hey, you know, I made a chicken video the other night, but I forgot to take a video of the finished product. All right, man. Sorry for the long wait. I'm back, Jack. The weed is good. Let me see. I gotta catch up, man. What y'all been talking about, man? Like after you, okay. I'm sure you've seen the videos. All jokes aside, if you're rich. Oh, if I'm rich, I'm buying one too. Medical grade only. Oh, I get what you're saying. The thing about medical grade weed, I don't know. That's like if you say a military grade weapon, you think of something that is heavy duty, made for combat, gonna get the job done. But when you switch over and say medical grade marijuana, I feel like medical grade marijuana is not up to par with some of the street grade marijuana that I've had in my life. It's grown perfectly every time, don't get me wrong, but the chemicals is what get me. That they use, the chemicals can harm you. The strokes probability when you smoke medical grade marijuana, it goes up, and a lot of people end up in the hospital after they mess with that. Well, yeah, you know, that's where Michigan shines at. Is you can grow your own, but with the what do you call that? The cloud seeding and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to say because like they there ain't no telling how deep in the soil that the soil is really not that good. I think I'm about to get a visitor. But there is some good medical. I'm not saying all medical is bad. I'm just saying that me personally, I rather grow at home using natural organic stuff to achieve the same fireness that you can get from corporate grown facilities. Because let's be real, marijuana is moving into a corporate space. Marijuana is moving into a corporate space where it will no longer be something that you would want to mess with, because pretty soon the pharmaceutical companies are going to be able to put it in a pill, and you won't have to smoke to get high anymore. You'll just be able to pop a pill, and I'm pretty sure they already got it, right? They got it. I know they got it. But like, that's all it's going to be in the future. It ain't going to be no plants. And you know why? How you going to get the seeds? That was the reason they started telling everybody, hey, let's clone. Okay, you keep cloning, pretty soon well, possibly. I could tell you this. In the state of Michigan, the taxes just went up to an extra 24%. The taxes went up to an extra 24%. So now if you buy $100 worth of weed, you got to pay whatever the taxes were previously with an additional 24%. But they say it's only going to be like a multi-year project to raise $420 million so they can dump it into the roads, so they can fix the roads. But history has shown that only a small chunk of that money actually goes to the roads. The rest goes into the politicians' pockets and their homes and their vacation properties and their jets and their helicopters and their flashy cars and their lavish lifestyles and their businesses and everything else. So the street dealers, the point I'm trying to make is the street dealers are going to start making all the money again. Because those taxes ain't going back down. And, you know, another thing too is power, electricity. It's on the rise everywhere. Gas and electricity is on the rise. And once it goes up, it doesn't come back down. That's the thing about America. When they rise prices, you'll never see them down again. Like, that's not how that works. So, for me, I'd rather just grow my own, bro. I'd rather grow my own, using my own dirt, using my own minerals, using my own nutrients. And quite honestly, I know a guy that grows homegrown, but he only uses fish heads. Trump says, "Do I have your vote, sir?" Man, get out of here. Only if I got a $20,000 check. It don't even have to be a check. It can be in cash, left behind a bus stop on the west side. I'll send you the location 30 minutes before the drop. Then you got my vote. I can make that happen. Hey, I like that answer. I like that, man. I wish this really was Trump. That would be great. Because the way you just said that made me feel like Trump is the homie. He said, I can make that happen. Straight up. Trump. Let me see. He was in 2024. Or no, 25. So what? We saying Trump for 2030? Right? Ain't it 2030? Trump better hope he can make it that long, no, man. I always liked Trump, though. That's why I don't understand why everybody hates Trump, man, because I've always liked Trump. But see, I was following Trump long before his political journey, man. I am the one and only Trump. Hey, you know what? Don't flatter me, Trump. Don't flatter me. I got the president on my live tonight. Imagine that. The only guy in the world. Donald Trump came to visit my live. Give me some subscribers, Trump. I need like 500,000 subscribers, bro. That's what I need. You know what? Everybody has their opinion about it. Like I said, I've been following Trump long before his political career. So that's why I like him. You know, but that's Trump though, bro. Like, you got to understand something about Donald Trump. That's why he is who he is, because he's different than your average politician. He's different. I don't watch Trump for his political affiliation, no, right? I watch Trump for his celebrity status that he's always had. Trump's always been a celebrity, like since way back. Yeah, thank you. What Jay Biggs said, man. What would George Washington think of Trump? Okay. Well, I'm gonna remember you said that, Trump 47, because I rather get it I'm like you, Trump. I rather play the long game. Let's play the long game then. That's what we gonna do, man. But I still want 20K for my vote, though. I don't want nothing. I require 20K to vote for anyone. But you know what? I don't think George Washington would have a problem with Trump. You know, I don't know why you would think George Washington would have a problem with Trump. If George Washington was alive right now, George Washington would not have a. I'm telling you, man, this is America. Like Childish Gambino said, this is America. Um, it don't matter, man. Boy, George Washington wasn't no great person. He wasn't no hell of a guy himself. He was just he was a slave owner. George Washington had slaves, bro. So for him, he would look at Trump and he would see one of his partners. You know what I'm saying? One of his brothers from another mother. You know, I don't think George would have a problem with Donald, man. At all. I don't think he would. I don't think any president in history would have a problem with Trump. Americans are stupid, bro. And I mean that respectfully. Americans are so used to selectively politicking that I don't listen to none of it, right? Because who wants to listen to a group of people that selective politics? So you mean to tell me that Joe Biden, the last president before Trump, was some kind of better? Like he made better decisions? I don't know what America stands for. I don't know what America stands for. And I'm not going to say anymore because I don't feel like I've ever known in my entire life what America stood for. I know what it stands against, though. America stands against black people. And my thing is this. America shouldn't stand against anybody, right? But the fact of the matter, America does stand against certain groups of people. And people stand with America, so I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I just know that we must do better as a people. Give a damn what color you are, what race you are. We must do better as a people if we are going to make America livable for all moving into the future. But for some reason, I don't see that happening, man. There's a lot of problems in America that nobody ever addresses. And these are the same problems that have never been addressed, right? There's problems in America that will never be addressed. So, like, for example, when the Titanic was headed towards that iceberg, fate would say that nothing would have took the ship off that path. Right? And it's the same with America, man. We are on a path that is preventable, but nothing's gonna pull us off this path. Period. I don't care what anyone says. No doubt. Yeah, no doubt, man. America's on a preventable path, but nothing's gonna pull America off this path of destruction. Nothing will pull us off. We're gonna go through the destruction before we choose a different path. And it ain't just about America, man. It's about the world. Just the world itself is just, as the world moves forward into the future, we can just see how shitty it gets. And I'm pretty sure that this is exactly how all the other civilizations before us ended. They all ended in the same manner. The world turned real shitty for everybody in the whole world, and then boom, it was just over one day. The reset came. You know. Yeah, China is moving. China and Japan clean their roads with sprinklers, bro. They literally got sprinklers that clean the road. That's some shit we don't have in America. The damn reflectors got sprinklers under them. They run water pipes through the road, and it keeps them from like getting snowed up during the wintertime. It's crazy. It is truly amazing. America is broken right now because the money is not being put in the right places, and we are working on that. No doubt. I agree with that, Trump. Absolutely. But it's more than just money, though, man. We need to get this entitlement ideology out of people's heads, too. How some people feel entitled over others. That's another thing we need to get rid of. So even if the money starts flowing in the right places, people need to know that they're not entitled to it like it's always been. Techno Dino says, I think we live in the same state. What state is that, Techno? What state do you live in? No, I don't live in Philly, bro. I'm in Michigan. Yes, but that's up to the people. The money is up to the government. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right. The government can't fix entitlement. It'd be nice if they could, but I guess you're right. Hey, I'm gonna raise this up some because I've been sitting, but my back is starting to hurt. So we gonna stand for a while. So we gonna put it there. And we gonna stand up, man. You know, America doesn't have money or land to build housing. Nah, you know what? Believe it or not, we don't. And you know what's crazy? It's because all this open land is owned by somebody, whether it's the government, whether it's privately owned, or it's just off limits. You see all this land, but it's not available because somebody owns it and they're not selling. And even if they do sell, they want so much money for it that you would basically get robbed trying to buy someone else's land because they're not going to sell it to you for a fair price. And then you got the federally owned land, the government owned land. You got, China and California's buying up hundreds of thousands of acres of land. Yeah, you got that right. The military owns almost the entire southern Nevada. The military, the government, same thing. They own almost the entire southern Nevada. And you want to hear something crazy that I know is a fact? If you go to prison in Nevada, most of the guards are military soldiers. Most of the guards that work at the prisons they're in the military, most of them. They're not ex-military, they are active military. I was locked up in Nevada. I'm gonna just prove a quick point. I was locked up in Nevada, right? And I remember this specific guard that worked in the place I was at. A few years later, after I got out and I was free and I was doing my shit, staying out of trouble, I seen this same guard, but he wasn't in a prison video. He was in an Area 51 video. And I was like, as soon as I seen him, I said, wait a minute, that's Officer such and such. I know him. And I couldn't believe it, because that soldier that I'm referring to is a cool ass person. This dude is so cool, man. But I didn't know he was active military when I met him. I didn't know. But that's when I realized that most of those guards that run the prisons in Nevada, the prison system's being ran by the military. So I don't care what nobody say. You better be careful going to prison out in Nevada. It's ran by the military. Active military too. Not retired, not deactivated. Active military. That's their day jobs. When they go down on the test site in the range, when they work down there, their other job is working at the prison. And I've seen videos of some of the guards that I've seen in prison at Area 51. Hold on. But yeah, I definitely seen him, man. But it's all good. So you're saying that the government doesn't want to help its people explicitly? No, man, the government's got a history of not helping certain groups of people. The government has a history of hindering certain groups of people. Like, they got a history of it. But it's all about, it depends on who you consider the government to be, right? Are the police departments of America the government? No, nothing in America is gonna change. We got people that want to make America like their grandparents used to talk about it. We got people that want for America to be what it used to be, even if the people that want it they wasn't even around at the time that it was like the way their grandparents told them in the 50s and the 60s and stuff like that, which is mainly 90% of old folks only want America to be like the 50s and the 60s. Not the 70s, not the 80s, not the 40s, not the 30s, just the 1950s and the 1960s. That's the only 20-year period that America wants to go back to, because that was the years that from the 1950 to 1969. Those were the years when, you know, America was at its greatest point, 1950 to 1969. That's my opinion, by the way. Pure opinion, right? And I wasn't alive around that time. I didn't come around till 1982. But from 1950 to 1969, probably not even all the way to 69, probably like to 1965. But we're just going to say all the way to 69, right? Those years were some of the best years for some Americans. They made the most money. They lived the best life. They experienced America take a huge leap forward. But what they didn't understand or failed to realize is the world will never be like that again. That was a rare moment in time that can never be replicated. You can't recreate the 60s. You can't recreate the 50s for any one group of people. You just can't do it. It's like that shit is gone forever. Yes, the president can ask Congress to allocate federal land for housing, as Congress holds the ultimate authority under the Constitution property clause to manage and yes, but let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. Even if the land was allocated for housing to different foundations and businesses and whatever you want to call it, right? It would still turn diabolical. And I'm going to prove it like this. Do you remember when the big earthquake hit Port-au-Prince in Haiti, right? Big earthquake, killed a lot of people, damaged all kind of shit, right? In Port-au-Prince. So what happened? FEMA raised over $1 billion in aid money. But if you asked those people that was a part of that money where the money went, because it never made it to Haiti, out of $1 billion, maybe $10 million actually made it to Haiti. And that was only to grease the pockets of those people. So by the time that money actually got to the construction companies to rebuild, it was probably like $3 million, right? So that's how it's always been. Every time the government, think about when there was COVID-19 and they issued all this money for COVID-19 aid, right? They were paying the unemployment. What happened? The government got frauded out of billions and billions of dollars through COVID money. A lot of people got their information hijacked. They didn't even get no money, right? And then it came out later that not only did the government get frauded out of all these billions, but they said the way that they got frauded out of it, it had to be wealthy people with a lot of resources. So in other words, it wasn't the common criminals who took the money, and it never is. When it's that kind of money, it's never the street criminals. It's people with a lot of money, businesses, power, and influence, and got the power to make shit happen, right? Because what street criminals you knew during COVID that ended up billionaires? Not one. Not even maybe a millionaire, maybe a million, maybe 2 million, at the very most 5 million. But the COVID relief money made the rich richer and the poor poorer. That's what that was. What the government did was come up with a catchy way to give away a bunch of money to the people, and it didn't even go to the people. What did Donald Trump say when he first got in office? They were discovering people that been on Medicaid and SSI and pensions for 200 damn years, right? I mean, people that done turned wealthy off of this shit. People collecting money from people that's been dead for 100 years. And then once we heard about that, Elon Musk got fired and we didn't hear nothing else about it. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk, you don't even see him around the government anymore at all. When the last time you seen Elon Musk take a trip to the White House? Ever since they were saying where that money went. How you had people claiming benefits on shit for 200 years straight and the government never said nothing to them. Once all that shit came out, hey bro, Elon Musk disappeared from the government and we ain't heard from him since. I wonder how much money they paid that man to get the hell off the property. Like, Elon, we can't just do you like we do everybody because you one of us. You a billionaire, you're part of the elite class. You're a rare breed though, because like you got money and power and reach like we do, but you don't act like us. You act like you're for the people. And when you get this high up, you gotta know ain't nothing for the people. Everything's for the rich. Everything. Everything's for the wealth. Everything's for the benefit of the wealth class and the powerful. So thank you for exposing people, Elon. But now take this little aid money for Tesla and get the fuck out the White House, because you exposing shit that does not need to be exposed. Who cares if we've been getting $1,000 a month for 200 years straight? Who cares? Why do you care? It ain't your money. You know, they've been getting $1,000 a week, or I mean a month for 200 years. Can you imagine that? Okay. Yeah, the only kind of Royce I've ever been able to get my hands on was a Royce Union. If you know what a Royce Union is, then you know. That's the closest thing to Royce I ever got was Royce Union. And, you know, that's a cheap bike. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, ever since Elon exposed, you know, corruption in the government and unaccounted billions of dollars. Oh, what's going on, Godfather? I ain't seen you around these parts lately, man. Good to see you tonight, though. I'm so poor, I couldn't even see a Rolls Royce in a parking lot. Man, I'm so poor, man. If I get too close to a Rolls Royce, the police pull up. I'm so poor, I ain't never physically seen the inside of a Rolls Royce before. I've seen the inside of a Bentley, but never a Rolls Royce. Hey, bro. I'm going to do something I don't normally do around this time. I'm about to make some coffee at midnight. I'm about to do it. We making coffee, man. And we using this cup. Hey, shout out to Music Fan. If you know Music Fan, then you know. Shout out to Music Fan, man. My cup's kind of messed up. See, I did this at a fab shop, but I did this for a reason, right? Because now with the cup all hacked up like this, I used to put a little, you know what I used to do? I've had this cup about 8 years, man. I used to be able to put one of those mountain climber hooks right here, and then I could just hook it to my pants so I could carry my cup around. Because when you welding, you got to be able to do stuff like that. Oh, yeah, look. This cup is solid, man. Got a job and taking care of business. Hey, I heard that, man. I'm still looking for a job myself, man. But more and more, they making me feel blackballed out here. They saying I'll never work in this city again, and I still don't know why they saying that. Why I can't work? It's a long story, bro. Yeah, I'm a welder, man. Yep. I'm a kick-ass welder too, but I can't work in the industry no more. They said I got too big for my britches. I don't know what that means, but that's what they said. They said I got too big for my britches. Then they said that I was supposed to be gone out of this world already anyway. I wasn't even supposed to be alive in 2026, man. Can you believe the audacity of people that sit up here and says you ain't even gonna be alive in 2026, and here I am alive and well, bro. So now they trying to make me suffer in other ways because they wasn't able to sacrifice me successfully. They were like, well, if we're not going to be able to take you up out of here like we wanted to, then we're just going to make sure you never work again. Yeah, I was making good money. I damn sure was, bro. I was making real good money for a while there, but you know, for my life, I have to say this, man. A lot of good things in my life do come to an end, man. Yeah, I don't know. This guy says lured me into her car with Pop-Tarts. Yeah, you couldn't lure me anywhere for any reason. You couldn't lure me anywhere. I'm not a... Hey, y'all gonna hear the coffee brewing for a minute, so just excuse the sound in the background. But I'm about to make me a fresh pot real quick. I'm gonna drink a cup tonight and the rest will be for the AM. But I need a little bit. I don't know if you could look in my eyes and see. I'm a little bit tired, man. I ate a heavy meal earlier and it's really draining me, bro. Maybe it's me being on this live, man. Maybe I need to rebuke evil intentions and evil energy sent my way from these evil people, protected by, you know, the Father God and the and wrapped in the blood of Jesus. You know, praise God. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I just need to return evil energy back to the sender times 10. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'm about to make some coffee. I ate a big Angus burger earlier, right? I still got some of the fries. That's what you see me eating a few minutes ago. I still got some of the fries. The fries are homemade though, right? I make my own French fries in-house. But I need a cup of coffee, bro. So give me 1 second. Hey, man, let me show y'all something, right? Hey, this shit should be illegal, man. This shit should be banned in every country right here, man. That's that. Woo, that smells good, boy. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna be up all night if I drink this. Why does coffee smell like it's gonna keep you up? You ever took a whiff of coffee and just been like, ooh, this shit smell like it's gonna wake me up? The smell of coffee smells like some shit that's gonna wake you up, man. I ate an Angus burger with sauteed onions on it, right? So I ate an Angus burger with sauteed onions on it, as well as fresh onion, red onions that is, with 2 fresh tomatoes, some iceberg lettuce, and then I use, you know, mayonnaise, mustard, and ketchup with homemade fries. And if you go to my shorts, I ate one of those. The burgers you see me making on the grill on the short video last night, those ain't just regular hamburgers. Those were Angus steak burgers. So that's why it wasn't, because I could have made 20 of them, right? But I only had 16, right? No, I only had 8 of them. I had 8 of them. So we made those, right? I made them, right? Big, thick Angus steak. They were like this thick, right? So I made those with a few hot dogs. But the hot dogs were also beef franks. They weren't, the hot dogs wasn't regular. Yeah, they was big patties, man. I ate 2 last night and 1 today, man. And these things are sitting in my stomach like a rock. It's taking all my energy just to digest, because I got weak stomach acid because I always am drinking a lot of baking soda, to alkalinize my stomach, because I got all these stomach issues and shit that never go away. I'm telling you, man, you can't even enjoy life when you got stomach issues, man. You just can't do it. I don't care what nobody say, man. You cannot enjoy life. Yeah, man, the red onions, bro. You already know, man. That's what we do around here, man. See, what happened was Nah, yeah, yeah, you know what? Yeah, absolutely. But this may seem off to you a little bit, right? I used mozzarella for these particular burgers. Yep, sure did. I used mozzarella for the cheese, and then I put mozzarella on every patty, um, and then I made the fries at a. I'll show you, man. Right, like we made real French fries. Like does that look like a McDonald's fry? That's a. Look at how big that fry is. It's bigger than my pinky. So I made real fries to go with it. And we used red onions. We used the red tomatoes. And then iceberg lettuce. And then I think we used, hold on, let me see something. Yeah, we used the basic condiments, bro. We used all the basic condiments. Kraft mayo, Heinz ketchup, and French's mustard, man. I don't even think, maybe McDonald's uses that same concoction for their Big Mac sauce or their quarter pounder sauce. Pack Panther. Oh, what's going on, man? So everybody tapping in. Look, turkey sniffer in the house. Why does it say all these new people just showed up, but it just said I was at 0? You know what I'm starting to think? When new people tap in, it's doing something. Like the number head count is real sensitive because, man, it's saying there's only 2 people, but we know there's more like 4. I think, hey, music fan, are you tapped out or are you still with us? I think music fan went to sleep though, but we're gonna see right now. Music fan, where you at? Front and center. Yeah, see, I'm pretty sure the view count's always bugging. Oh, music fan's still here? Oh, okay, well, shoot. What was I finna say to music fan just now? I don't remember. I was gonna say something though. Did you see YouTube shut down all the slop channels? Thousands of videos gone. What is a slop channel? AI slop channel. No, but you know what? I'm getting sick of AI, man. That shit is bugging me, man. They got babies dancing, doing all these weird Middle Eastern dances and shit. Like, what is wrong with people, man? Yeah, I like mustard, man. Mustard is something I like. I don't think enough people appreciate mustard the way they should, man. Mustard is an integral part of the flavor community. Mustard could be used in many ways to flavor your food, man. And let me tell you something that I do with mustard. Have you ever used mustard to batter your chicken before you fried it? Some people have. It's not something that's unheard of. It's just something that's uncommon. Not a lot of people do it. I do it. No doubt. You know, man, you making me feel self-conscious, Knight, because now I'm feeling like I need to go pull my mustard out the fridge, bro. Making me feel self-conscious that I even... You made me feel like I don't even know what I'm doing as a man because it's in the fridge right now. And now I feel like I need to take it out. Why do I feel pressured all of a sudden, man? To take my mustard out the... Man, see, man. I knew I shouldn't have mentioned none of that shit. Ooh, that's some hot coffee, man. We gonna let that cool down a little bit. But with this damn mug I poured it in, it's gonna take a long time before it cools down. But yeah, man, you know, Elon Musk, We're gonna talk about him again for a bit. You know, he didn't get the memo, right? He was following Trump's orders, and I think Trump set him up, to be honest. Trump said, Elon, boy, we finna drain the swamp and you gonna help me. And Elon said, all right, let's do it. And Elon went in there with how do you say it? He was indiscriminately exposing every damn body. Man, you know how many phone calls Trump got in 24 hours when he started discovering all this money? I'm pretty sure Trump's phone ain't never rang like that before. Of angry crooks. Like, bro, you gonna get us busted, man. We've been getting this money for 200 years and now you just gonna come along and stop it? Like, if you stop this, we gonna die. And Trump had no choice. He fired Elon. He said, you know what? Damn, Elon, I know this shit is wrong, what these people are doing, but they've been doing this shit for 200 years, man. We can't just stop it overnight. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to get you and Doge up out of here, and we going to find another way to stop this shit that these motherfuckers is doing. But we can't just cut it off like a water faucet. We're going to have to gradually do it. You feel me? But I really think that was crazy how, you know, Doge came in, the Department of Government Efficiency, and, you know, all this big moves forward was happening, and then boom, one day it was just like here today, gone tomorrow type shit. Like, I wonder who got exposed. That don't make nobody else wonder, like, damn, who got exposed to where you could just take a guy like Elon and get him out the way, and it only happens in one day. Like, it wasn't even like this thing that gradually happened. It was like he was just in the government 1 minute and out the next. I ain't never seen nothing like that before, but people don't even talk about it. Like, when the last time you seen someone come into the government and get kicked out 2 weeks later? You ain't never seen that before. But that's what happens when you get to exposing elite individuals, families that's been basically secretly living off welfare to the point where they became wealthy off of it. Imagine that. Imagine a person that's living off funds that don't belong to them, that are similar to being on welfare, and you done got wealthy off of it. You done made businesses that were, because you had an endless supply of money. Like, you had a supply of money coming in that just was never going to stop. So you were able to take that money, get loans on that money, do all kind of shit with this money, and now you're wealthy off this money. And you sit here and talk about the broke people on welfare when that's exactly how you got rich. That's crazy, man. I thought he left because the crazies were burning down Tesla dealerships. Well, I mean, that's what it appeared to be, but I think, like I said, he left because he was exposing some dark secrets that the wealthy had. He was exposing fraud that goes back 200 years. Greetings and salutations. I hope all is well with you and yours this evening. Hey, man, I appreciate that. The guy your wife said don't worry about. Yeah, what a guy he is, huh? You know, what kind of guy do you got to be to name yourself the guy your wife said don't worry about? What kind of person do you have to be? And now, this ain't even about you, bro, but I'm just thinking, for a guy to call himself that, how many households have you destroyed with a name like that? How many loving relationships have you ended? With a name like that, it has to come with a track record. You couldn't have a name like that without a track record, bro. The guy your wife said don't worry about. I don't know why that bugs me, because I just think about all the people that, you know, I've seen on the internet. Um, I don't know. Right, but we know more about that statement than the average bear, because we know why women would tell the lames, "Hey, don't worry about him. He's just my gay friend." Oh, did you know that his cock was 10 inches long? No, but don't worry, he's gay. I'm just messing with you, man. But it is funny though, like just thinking about that statement, like how many how many how many happy homes were broken up from that guy, right? And if you remember, I told you in the past that the original guy is Sancho. That's the original guy that your wife told you not to worry about. It was Sancho. The guy that creeps in your house every single time you leave out the house. Yeah, Sancho. You never heard of Sancho, man? Sancho was the original guy that your wife said don't worry about, man. He was. Sancho was every woman's sneaky link. Everyone. Like back in the day, in the 90s, the 80s and the early 90s, Sancho was every chick's sneaky link, man. I just never knew how he became to be Sancho, because um wait, hold on, let me so somebody is asking me, so I'm going to respond to his question the same way he is responding to what I said. So basically, you got offended because his name is what happened to you. Gotcha. Why do people say gotcha at the end? Like as if that's like the sarcastic way of saying I'm responding to an idiot, or I'm responding to a dummy. Gotcha. Okay, I got you too, sir. We got each other. Nobody said I got mad or that it happened to me, but it's funny though how people hear what they want to hear, and I'm the one doing the talking. Now I said I seen videos of it, but now that you mentioned it, maybe it could have happened to me a few times again in the past. I ain't denying that. But Charlie Kirk, why is that something that you had to stop the whole program to, like, and then you put the gotcha at the end? Like, I know you're a white boy, because only white boys say gotcha. Gotcha. That, like, y'all didn't master the art of really saying gotcha in such a way to where it feels like you're calling someone a stupid dumb idiot. Has anyone ever said gotcha like they were like downplaying your intelligence level? Like police do it all the time. Gotcha. Like they're just downplaying your intelligence, but they trying to act like they really got, like, you ain't got shit, motherfucker. You ain't got nothing. You got a whole bunch of shit to say though. But anyways, I'm gonna leave you alone, that guy, because I'm already stirring up the demons in others, and that was not my intention, sir. That was not my intention. 3311 says, "Am I caramel?" I mean, what do you think, man? Doesn't this skin look caramel, right? What do you think, man? Doesn't this skin look caramel, man? I always compare my arms to my face. Not trying to show the tattoo, but like Like, okay, I'll tell you if you tell me what does 3311 stand for, because I know that 311 where I come from stands for KKK. You know, because you know 3 is representing the 11th letter in the alphabet, and when you put it together, you know it's KKK, right? You ever heard of the 311 boys? But you kind of got me thrown off because I ain't never seen 311. And then you say 8. Okay, where am I? Let me see. 6, 7, 8. Okay, I get it. But because you said 11, that doesn't equal 8. That would be like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. But 17, if you break it down and you say 7 plus, it still equals 8. So you know what? I was wrong. That is actually something nice. I like how you put that together. And I just try to break it down and I still got the same number. Either way you look at it, it's still 8. I like that. No, that ain't in theory. That's a fact. Because 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. But when you take the 7 and the 1 and put them together, it equals 8. But if you go 3 and 3 is 6 plus 11, instead of just saying 11, you just say 1, 1 and call it 11. That still equals 8. I think that's cool. Well, I don't know if you liked and subscribed because I only got 10 likes on my end. Maybe I'll give it a few seconds to see if it jumps to 11. But it's been at 11 for 2 hours. I mean, it's been at 10 for like 2 hours now, bro. So don't say you did it if you really didn't do it. And then Charlie Kirk said, let's just show that whole. So he said, nah, Kanye, he was getting used by his girlfriend. Of course, man. That's Kanye, man. When you got that much money, you can get used. Oh yeah, I've been at it for a long. I don't even get subscribers no more. I'm so over subscribers and shit. I didn't struggle at 630 now for I don't even know how long. 636. But see, what's gonna end up happening is in the next day or two, I'm gonna lose a subscriber or two. So it's gonna go right back down to 634. That's what it always does, man. It's like every time I gain subscribers, I lose subscribers. It's almost like a lot of these dudes are just playing with me. They're just making it impossible for my subscription count to go forward. It's because I speak the truth. That's exactly what it is, man. It's hard, you know. Truth tellers get attacked by the secret societies of America, right? It's like we get sanctioned the worst kind of treatment. Like we really do. Like a truth teller, boy, you better be a strong motherfucker if you want to sit up here and think you're gonna be telling the truth, man. And then Charlie Kirk wants to come back. I can't even take a guy serious who calls himself Charlie Kirk's last words. I can't even. Your mind is somewhere that my mind is not. I can tell you that because just off your name alone, bro, you're not. You shouldn't even be in here. Just off of your name alone, playing with that man. Shit, your name is worse than the guy your wife told you not to worry about. What's going on, London, in the house? Yeah, your name is worse than that. Oh. Well, you ain't gonna last long, Mr. Michael. You're not gonna last long in here at all. I guess you ain't come to talk. That's fine. I try to tell him seconds before the sniper round hit him. I try to tell him, hey, look right up there. And right when he looked, all he seen was the muzzle flash. It only took 2 seconds. It took 1 second for him to look and 1 second for him to get taken out of here. Lucky for him, he can respawn. You can respawn though, Mr. Michael. Bum Live. Hey, I should change my name to Bum Live. I've been thinking about that. Thanks for reminding me, Jonathan. So listen, people, I've been thinking about changing my name to Bum Live. I really have. Not on this channel, but to another, like starting a whole nother channel and calling it Bum Live. Just exactly like that, like Bum Live. Like, I really think that that'd be a good marketing strategy, because then I can just talk all kind of shit. I can say what I want and nobody can question me, because they'll look at the name and say, well, it says Bum Live, or I should say the Bum Live Show, right? So then I could just say all kind of outrageous, outlandish, dumb shit. Nobody can really say nothing about it, because, you know, look at the name, the Bum Live Show, you know, and that sounds catchy, the Bum Live Show. I feel like that could go places, man. Like, we could make it to bright lights with a name like T Got the Recipe. That ain't gonna make it, right? That sounds like some daytime TV when mom and dad is at work, and I made it to the big screen, but I don't go very far because it's only gonna be on daytime. But the Bum Live Show, that's late night when everyone's at the house. That's anywhere from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's the Bum Live Show, folks. When my show comes on, there is no commercials. And then Crystal says, Crystal Smoking, what a unique name that is. Kirk, I may not have agreed with all the arguments, etc., but he did not deserve that. Well, this guy, all he did was switch accounts, as you could see. This the same guy. Please don't be like, this is the same guy right here. Charlie Kirk had it coming. We are not the same, sir. Because that's a whole statement that you didn't even have to make. And I'm not even defending Charlie Kirk. I'm not defending Charlie. Not at all. All I'm saying is, for you to name yourself that and then come on YouTube, we could never be the same. Because what kind of people and friends are you around where that is acceptable? Do you get a laugh out of your people out of saying and doing shit like that? That's all I want to know. Because Crystal Smoking, that's not really a normal name neither. But like Night Owl, I knew a Vato from LA named Night Owl. He was cool people too. Kanye West, I really don't know what's up with that. Jonathan, that's a regular name. You know, 3311, that's a regular name. Kyle, see, like, people have regular name. Like, here's another one. Matthew, that's a regular name, right? Why do people gotta come and disrespect the dead? For, like that's, let me tell you something. That's why society ain't shit. I don't care. And you know what's crazy? A lot of the people that do that are actually educated, decorated people that are actually respected in their community. But then they're just like, that's why a person asked me, how do I identify intelligent people? And I said, through arrogance and ego. Because that's what intelligence nowadays is for a lot of people. They say, oh, I've been to school, I have a good job, I have a good family, I drive a nice car, I make good money. Fuck you. I'm gonna be an asshole, because when you do these things I just named in America, you can be an asshole and nobody can tell you nothing. You know, that's why I said that though. You know, and I gotta stand by that. Now, I do agree that there is intelligence that is not measured by your ego or your narcissism. But when you come onto a platform for any reason with a name that is just derogatory to any person, especially when they're not even alive, and it's not even, they ain't even been dead that long. You feel me? It's like, bro, I don't even know Charlie Kirk. I don't got like nothing good or bad to say about the guy, but I know how he left this world. So for a person to come on here for any reason and just be like, oh, Charlie Kirk had it come, and that's not what you're saying. That's the name. You carry that with you everywhere you go on the internet, in this YouTube space. You carry that with you, like you representing that as your name represents your character, right? That's why mine says T got the recipe, right? Your name is supposed to represent you as a brand. So if that's the best a cat can do, is Charlie Kirk had it coming. And the other one said Charlie Kirk's last word. Like, what is wrong with these cats? And I guarantee you these dudes are like, they think they somebody's in their community. Like they're somebody in their community, or that's what they believe and perceive themselves to be. Is their mind is on this dude that is no longer here, that got brutally taken out. Some shit that they would never want to go through. Like, who would want to go through what we seen? That nobody would want to go through that. But because it's the world we live in, where we've been desensitized to the point where we will see some tragic, atrocious bullshit that happened to somebody else, and the best that we can do is make a joke out of it. And you know what? This is the wrong place to get in my emotions. I understand that. But it's also the right place, man. Because some people gonna feel me still is out there in this world. They gonna feel me and they gonna say, you know what? You right, T, that's some bullshit. Whether you didn't like that dude or not, to play with the man's name, no, that should be a crime in itself. You sitting up here faking and booty shaking in front of all these people, using a dead man's name in vain. For what? Like, why? What is you doing? What is you thinking about in this mind of yours? And you got the nerve to walk around here like you some smart guy, like you deserve respect and love from the community? Man, fuck you. Get up out of here, man. I'm riding for Charlie and don't even know him. I'm only riding for Charlie because I know how he went out. And the fact that people are playing with that man's name, I would want for, if I was in the same shoes, I'd be like, hey, man, don't let these people talk shit about me like that. If they come into your chat, get rid of them. Because that's bullshit. Playing with a motherfucking dead man's name like that shit's supposed to be funny to somebody, man. That shit ain't funny. That could have been your brother or your pops or you. But the only difference between you and Charlie is if they took your neck out, we would have never even heard about it. Because you ain't made no impact. Chump, you got on YouTube playing with people's name. So we would have never heard about it if it happened to you. Nah, Charlie, that shit really pissed me off. How people play with people, man, you know? But that's how you know, right? People being on the... People been out on the dish out end of bullshit, right? People ain't never been on the receiving end of bullshit, right? That's why they can say and do stuff like that, because they've always been on the, and we already know most of these dudes come from the same type of background, you know what I'm saying? They cats. Meow. They cats. You know, they got that cat in them. Me, I got that dog in me, man. But I ain't about to bark. Just saying, man, like, dude gonna leave out and come right back in with the same name, just spelled different. Like, this dude has some nerve. This dude got some nerve. And I don't even know Charlie, man, but like I really feel like, hey, man, like, why is y'all trolling a dead man? Well, who does that? That's what we do in America now. We troll dead people. We troll them. You know? And that's because a lot of people know that he was taken out by a specific organization of people, and they be all over the internet. The same organization that took that man out, they be all over the internet. All over the internet. Yeah, I don't get people, man. Like, maybe it's because I was raised around killers and gangsters for real, man. We just, like, the only person that we was finna disrespect the dead against our sworn enemies. And then it wasn't even like like you had to like really do that first. But like it was times when the dead got disrespected, but just to do it freely for no reason, never, ever. Out of respect for the family, respect for the victim, respect for the friends of the victim, just respect for the dead in general. So it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me, man. Maybe I'm just like this dude that just got this moral code of conduct that doesn't even exist anymore for real in American society. Like I got this code of conduct that's so rare that it makes me look weak because I'm not sitting up here disrespecting the dead like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the coffee kicked in, but it wasn't even the coffee. The coffee went into my blood, and then this dude got my blood boiling, so now it's really moving. But I'm still trying to think like how Jay Biggs kicked the dude out, and he came back like a damn roach with the same name, but a different ending, but still derogatory. That shit pissed me off. And you know what? The last time dude did that shit, it pissed me off, but it wasn't him. It was another dude that had, matter of fact, I think Jay Biggs, you was in the room with me that night when some dude, right? But he was talking big shit. Just the whole time I'm talking, this dude is trying to really just say anything he can say to get me going, right? So he gets kicked out of here, right? And dude comes back like a reincarnated evil spirit to keep talking his shit. I'm like, this dude is a pro. This dude must get booted a lot to the point where he feels the need to have multiple accounts on hand. But you know, fucking around here, you gonna get all of those counts kicked, all of them, to where you can't use none of them. You might as well just sit on down for the night and think about your bad behavior. Why am I getting emotional? Mr. WPTV 100. Why am I getting emotional? I'm getting emotional because I don't like that kind of stuff, man. Right? I don't like that kind. You ain't him. I don't like that kind of stuff, man. I don't like that kind of stuff, right? And I can't even tell that to the people and just have the people understand, which is weird as fuck to me. How you can't just tell a motherfucker how you don't like something and they can just be like, you know what, bro, I understand. But I bet you at work when your fucking boss tell you that he don't like something you doing, you can say that you understand. So just act like you at work. That's all you gotta do. Just act like you at work, bro. Just be like, look, man, I won't do it again, right? It really is just like some asinine stuff. I thought it was a joke, but now I see that people really take it not necessarily personal, but I'm taking it personal for Charlie because Charlie doesn't deserve for people to just be playing with his name like he don't. I'm writing for Charlie right now. I am actively writing for Charlie Kirk. Hey man, he don't deserve that shit, bruh. Let the man rest. They already did him. They already did him as wrong as you could do someone in life. So now we got to sit here and continue seeing a bunch of people just that don't even know him. Like that's what I don't. That's another reason why I don't like people, man. I don't like people, man. I just simply don't like motherfuckers, man. It's like you know what? Once you leave out of the streets and you get into the square bear world, you start to see the real ugliness. And then you realize that gangbanging was never the problem. It's these so-called good people that are the major problem. It's these so-called fucking weirdos that act like they've been living a fucking blue, white collar life all day fucking life. But they're the most disrespectful motherfucker. They will throw your baby on the ground. If your baby is in the way, they'll push your baby on the ground like, get out of my way, little kid. This type of dude that is. Type of dude to go to the park and push a kid off the swing. Grown ass man at the park pushing kids off of swings. You know, that's the type of like, man, like I don't like people, bro. I don't like it. And if I'm coming off emotional, so fucking what? Who cares? I just don't like people like that. And it ain't no I don't know why type of moment neither. Like motherfuckers know exactly why. Cause those kind of people are garbage. Fuck is you hating on the dead for, man? Like, and who, let me ask you that, on top of why you hating on the dead, right? Who's placating shit like that? Who's riding like that? Anyways, let me read these comments real quick because I see a lot of people are trying to, you know. Anyways, I don't know what WPT means, but WPT, are you the person with the alternate accounts? But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. What doesn't matter? WP, what doesn't matter? You know, this is what I find funny, right? People will do bullshit, right? And then when shit gets heated, somebody will always say the same exact thing. Oh, you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. Well, then if it don't matter, how come it mattered? Like when you said the shit, when you were creating the name, it mattered. But when it offends motherfuckers, now it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know that, man. Like, how come it mattered when you wrote the shit, but now that people are offended and actually getting on your ass about it, now you got people that want to chime in and say, well, it does matter. That's why we having this conversation, motherfucker, because it matters to me. If it don't matter to anybody else, it matters to me. You know what I'm saying? People want to, oh, why you want to get emotional? Why do you got so many questions about, I don't know, man. Like I said, maybe it's me. Maybe I have an old fashioned way of seeing life. Maybe I am old fashioned. Maybe I am outdated. I care about other people, and I believe that is an outdated mindset. To care about others is outdated, right? I am tripping. I am lost in the sauce. I need to get up to speed with what's going on right now, which is nobody gives a damn about nobody else. I'm outdated. Let me take my hat off, man. My motherfucking head is hot. You know, people acting like they too good to be true. People acting like they ain't out here being disrespectful. People acting like they can't get Charlie Kirked around this mug. I gotta be careful what I say, so we gonna say people acting like they can't get Charlie Kirked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But anyways, you about to get Charlie Kirk, the Holy Spirit, right between your eyes in about 3 seconds. So, hey, that was your first and last comment. Now, this wasn't your first comment, but it will be your last in here tonight. If I gotta pull the trigger myself, your ass is grass, sir. And my moderators, they didn't move fast enough, so don't worry. I got them. I'll take care of it. I got to knock one off myself every day. But anyways, though, I'm outdated, bro. I'm outdated. I'm out of touch, and I need to get up to speed, right? Which is, I need to stop caring so much. I need to stop acting like I care about people that no one else cares about, because I need to do what y'all doing. I need to go down the path that's most traveled, don't I? That's my problem, huh? I need to go down the same path as everybody else. The fact that I'm up here trying to go down my own path is what's holding me back. Ain't that right? I'm holding myself back for trying to be compassionate. I should be out here like a devil, like the rest of these niggas. But I guarantee that if I did that, I would lose my soul in the process. Yeah. I need to change my way of thinking and be more like you. Then I wouldn't have all these problems. I need to lower my vibration so I can fit the current narrative better. Because as of right now, I'm like a fish swimming against the current. I'm spending all this energy and barely even making it. But maybe I'm a salmon. You know, salmons can swim up current like they swimming down current at the same speed. Dolphins can too. So, you know, it ain't always a bad thing to go against the current. Right? But I got a lot of people sending this bad energy my way pretty much all day. But it's fine though. It's fine. One thing about me, I'm built for this shit. I'm built for this shit. Nah, Kanye, I'm not gonna ever fall from grace, man. It took me too hard to get to this grace. It took me too long to get to this grace. I didn't work my ass off to become the person I am today, to be worrying about some internet sensation ass niggas trying to make me feel some kind of way. It ain't happening. All I was trying to say was, hey man, what's up with all this derogatory Charlie Kirk shit, man? You know, what's up with that? Like, and then really, it ain't even about Charlie Kirk, bro. It's just about the way he got done and the fact that he's been gone now for months and people are still acting like people are still speaking on that man. When, like, it's my reality is the problem, right? It is literally my reality. See, I come from a time and a place where if you did that same exact thing with somebody that was in the streets and you were in the streets bragging on a body that you didn't even catch, will end up ultimately turning your ass into a body. Just for the level of disrespect that you coming with. Like, dudes that know why respect is important, they wouldn't take it. I'm not taking it. Because I know, like, importance of respect is very important. Like, but it ain't even that. I don't know. I'm finna let it go. But I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, like, motherfuckers got to be more conscious of what they say and how they feel. And, like, the creator, like, for an example, I would not be able to be a creator with a name like that. I wouldn't get very far. I would get reported off the name alone, right? I would get reported off just my name alone. If I came and started a channel and my name was Charlie Kirk Had It Coming, unless I could somehow take that statement and make a video on it and have a discussion about it and then make it sound scientifically proven why, then it would be a different story, right? But I would not be able to say that and be able to have a channel and then every time I went live, people logged in and seen the name and was like, that would be so offensive, right? That would be so offensive, man. It would be like it would be like I would be getting reported every single time I went live, right? I would. I'd be getting reported, man. And you know what's funny? The same people who think it's funny that dude had the name, they would switch hit on me, right? First, they'll be cool with him having the name, but with me having that name, oh, it'd be a huge problem. Same people that support that guy would report me. Get it? They support him, but report me. But don't worry, folks, because I wouldn't have no name like that. I wouldn't have no name like that. I wouldn't disrespect myself, let alone Charlie. Don't you know that when you do shit like that, you're not just disrespecting that individual, you also disrespecting yourself by looking goofy. But maybe the circles that you run in, you don't see it that way. But like, you disrespecting yourself by playing with people's name like that. And it's gonna always be hard for people to take you serious for any reason, man. Like, your name, anytime you name yourself, right? I don't care if you naming your child, you're naming your business, you naming your web account, you naming a channel on YouTube, right? You're supposed to understand that that is going to be your brand. That's going to be your lasting impression, right? So why would you fuck it off with some dumb shit, right? So that's why I said to do, I can't even take you serious, because if you were bold enough to step out here with a name like that, that's like going out in public with a dildo hat on, a big veiny with spikes all over it, but clearly a dildo glued to your hat, right? Some goofy looking hat with a 12-inch long bill, and you just walking around town like you just so cool, right? Why would, but you think it's funny, like it's a joke to you, but you're not really seeing like some people looking at you like, bro, you're the actual joke. Like, we don't see the hat as a joke, we see the whole presentation of you as the joke, right? What's going on, Afghanistan? Peace and blessings. You know, but I guess it's at the same time too, it's a matter of perspective and opinion, right? It's also about who you spend your time around. Obviously, it's a bunch of jokers and people that don't take nothing serious. And like the way I came up, we ain't on that. Like, it's very serious. When I was coming up, like, it was very, very, very serious most of the time, you know. And we didn't have the luxury of disrespecting people without paying some kind of consequence for it, you know. I've had my jaw broke on both sides for being disrespectful, man. I've had my nose broke on this side. This whole eye was swollen shut like this for being disrespectful, man. I spent 5 days in the hospital for being disrespectful, man. I know it may not look like it, but I didn't been through the ass whoopings. You know, you ever heard one day that mouth gonna get you fucked up? Yeah, I've already been through that. I've been through it multiple times, right? Because the day I got my jaw broke was a totally separate day when I got my eye swollen and my cheekbone cracked and the little bone right up here broken on this side. I'm talking about my nose bled for like 3 hours straight, and finally it just stopped, all from being disrespectful. So that's why I'm passionate and I get in my emotions, if that's what the trolls want to call it. Because it's true. Yeah. Why you being disrespectful, man? I didn't watch people lose their life over disrespectful shit, man. So I just don't like it. You know? And honestly, I feel like the man you're being disrespectful over lost his life in the most disrespectful way possible. They domed him on live television, bro. That was a public execution. If that ain't the utmost disrespect, then I don't know what is. That is a blatant way of saying fuck you to somebody. Like JFK, the same way. Live television. Got the whole top of his skull knocked off, right? That is just crazy to me, man. Oh, Smoke, what's going on, man? Hey, I'm good, bro. I'm just trying to give people a quick lesson in my own words why disrespect is not tolerated, man. In any way. Right? We don't like if it comes out the right way, that's one thing, but if it's unprovoked, that's a whole nother thing, right? We ain't looking for no unprovoked disrespect. Period. Like, not in this channel. That's why I got moderators, and they are on their job tonight. So thank you to my moderators. I've been really paying attention to how many people have just exited stage left based on their disrespect. And it just goes to show as a testament how many people choose disrespect over respect. They will crash out and lose privileges just to get a disrespectful word in because they don't give a damn, because they ain't been through shit, and they damn sure ain't lost no friends out here in this shit. Because if they have, they would know disrespect is a right. It's a mandatory thing. And if a person don't want to give it to you, you're going to have to go over there and take it from him. You don't hear me. You're going to have to go over there and take your disrespect back from that nigga. Go over there and take your respect. And if you don't, get the fuck up out of here. That's how it went when I was coming up, and that's how it still is to this day. People disrespecting you, you're going to have to go over there and you're going to get your respect. I want you to go take it from him, even if you got to get it in blood. Do I remember Provolone? Man, where you know me from, Provolone? And why you be spelling in all caps? That's a sign of disrespect, sir. No, I'm just playing. It is a sign of disrespect. You ain't supposed to talk to people in all caps. But I hear you yelling at me, man. Hey, where do we know each other from, man? Exactly. You can always tell someone being disrespectful, man. Provolone, I can't take you serious, but don't worry, man, because, hey, you spelled provolone wrong, so you can't be that intelligent. Hey, it's all good, man, but I just want you to know, if you was going for provolone, that is not how you spell it. Lucky for you, I don't look at farts as being disrespectful, so, hey, moderators, please don't get rid of provolone. That was not disrespect. I don't look at that as disrespect. I just look at that as goofy. But that's fine. Goofy is from the Disney Channel, so we can deal with that. But hey, man, it's not how you spell provolone, though. But you know what? You probably had no choice, because to have a moniker like that on YouTube, provolone, the original name, was probably already taken. You know, but yeah, man, that's all. I'm not even trying to take it like any further than I already took it, right? Because for real, man, I just want people to know that respect is very important, man. Not just respect for each other, but respect for people in general, even that aren't present, that aren't even here in life anymore. It's just, your first thought should be respect. Because why would you want your first action to be disrespect? Like, that shit don't calculate in my mind, and it never has. Why would the first thing you want to do is come up anywhere and be, you know what though? Because like I said, ever since I stepped out of the street arena into the blue collar, white collar, just everyday citizen arena, I seen something that disturbed me even more than the rats and the piece of shit people that were part of the street life. You know, the rats and the thieves and the cold-blooded killers and the people that you'll never be able to trust. Like, you step out of the streets to get away from that shit, and then you step into this other arena where everybody claims to be normal, everyday people, and then you see all this fuck shit, and you can't believe it. And you're like, wait a minute, so you mean to tell me I was better off being a street dude then? I should have remained out there with street niggas. Because now I try to change, I just walked into a whole totally realm of goofy shit that is even worse than what... It's like when a prisoner debriefs off the main general population yard and has to go to the damn SNY yard, right? The PC yard. It's like, you really wish you would have never debriefed, because now you around, you know, the worst of the absolute worst. And there ain't no takebacks. Like, you got to stand on that. You got to stand on that one, buddy. You should have never debriefed, because now look who you around. First, you may not have liked all the bad guys, but who would have ever thought the bad guys turned out to actually be pretty good compared to these fucking clowns? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to like condone being a bad guy as a good thing. I'm just really just saying, hey man, I'm not condoning good guys as being good neither. Because from what I can see, these good guys ain't nothing but some fake, phony, I don't even know what you call it, man. They ain't good though. They just some weirdos, man. And to me, if you a weirdo, that doesn't make you a good guy, right? I don't care, man. A weirdo, a good guy can't be a weirdo, and a weirdo can't be a good guy because you can't be a good and a weirdo at the same time. You got to pick one, right? And if you're a weirdo, you don't even have the ability to have the option as being a good guy. So a good dude is an average dude that don't have weirdo tendencies, doesn't have disrespectful tendencies, is compassionate, shows respect, has morals, integrity, and all that kind of shit. That's a good guy. So if you're coming off as a weirdo, I don't see you as a good person. Because why are you being a weirdo? If you was a good guy, you would know better. And since you don't know no better, I know you ain't no good guy. And that's the way I see it. You feel me? And I done been on both sides of the game. On top of that. Yeah, but there's a difference, man. Being weird doesn't... So okay, you're right. Which, when you're dealing... So, okay, let me say this. So, I'm dealing with... This is a public platform. Anybody can come on and off this shit. So, let me just clarify what I mean. If you come off as a little bit weird or strange, that doesn't make you bad, right? When I say a weirdo, a weird person is not a weirdo. You feel me? Like a weirdo is somebody that takes weird to a level to where you got to watch him, right? You know, like how your mom used to say, hey, kids, get away from that weirdo, right? That kind of weirdo, like a weirdo type of individual is not a good person. Now, if you're just a little weird, you're good. Like you can be weird, but being a weirdo is like in a it's like you're going to the major leagues with it when you become a weirdo. Now you're just being weird on purpose. Now you're being weird on a concerning level. But if you're just a little weird, like there are people that's weird, like our autistic kids are weird. Autistic kids come off weird. Shout out to the autistic community. I'm not trying to disrespect them kids. I'm just trying to say what someone else would say. But I don't always come off the way I need to come off. So anyway, maybe an autistic kid would come off to other kids as weird. But he wouldn't be considered a weirdo, right? The kid that sits over in the corner with sores all over his face while he eating boogers, with his hands in his pants, looking like he is doing some weird. That's a weirdo. That's the one that your parents are gonna warn you to stay away from, not the weird autistic kid. If anything, they'll ask you to go help the autistic kid because he's a little weird, but he's not a weirdo. There's a difference. No, not eccentric, because eccentric, I know the definition to eccentric. Eccentric is just a person that likes to be extremely different on purpose, basically. Somebody who just got just a style so different that it can fall into the realm of weird. Yes, okay, it can definitely fall into the realm of weird, but nowhere near weirdo, right? Because a lot of them cats in Hollywood that right, you know what? We ain't gonna use Hollywood. Just we'll say dudes with money, right? Cats with a lot of paper. They like to dress eccentric, not because they're weirdos, not because they're weird. It's just when you got different money, you got different taste, right? When you got more money than most people, you're gonna have a style that is just different than most. Like for example, look at the dude in New York that the hell is his name? First you got Dapper Dan, right? He's eccentric. And then you got what's the dude that you always see? He done turned himself into a celebrity now too, right? He be wearing all the Gucci and the Louis Vuitton print clothing, and he's got like the handlebar beard. It's a black dude, man. I forgot his name, right? But he started out doing that eccentric ass shit as almost like a street personality, where you would see him if you walked the streets of New York down at the Times Square and shit. You would see this dude, right? But he was never considered a weirdo. He was just weird because of the way he dressed. And people just thought that's different. That's eccentric. But, you know, So Kanye West says, like a creep in a way, or maybe weirdo, as exactly. You get bad vibes off the weirdos. You don't get bad vibes off the weird people, but you definitely get bad vibes off the weirdos. I'm sure you've been in places and you've seen a creepy weirdo looking motherfucker and you just got bad vibes off the top. You're like, man, we finna get up out of here, man. I don't trust this dude. Like, you just already know. You know what I'm saying? But that's exactly how I feel when a person comes in here with a name that disrespects another person. That's weirdo shit, man. How does, like, I know other people gotta see what I see when I say that. Like, to just do that, that's weirdo shit, man. So you mean to tell me you're gonna represent yourself as the disrespect of a dead person? That's like me. I don't even have to give you an example, man. I don't even need to come with an example, because it is what it is. It's just crazy. It don't make no sense. We love ice. I like ice too, as long as I can put it in my cup. I don't like to drive on it. I don't want to get arrested by it. I don't want to get deported by it, but I do want to use it to make my drinks cold and freeze my meat when I'm not eating it. Other than that, ice is okay with me. You know, I wish they would have called ice a different name. I really do. I wish they would have called ice a different name. But we'll take ice, you know, we'll it is what it is. We'll take ice, right? It is what fuck it is. We'll take ice, you know. But Cheeto dust. As a matter of fact, I didn't seen Cheeto dust. I didn't seen you around, now that I think about it, man. Cause it's hard to see, but I got Cheeto dust. That's an okay name, right? That I put my stamp of approval on Cheeto dust. I think it's unique. I think it's catchy. It even make you laugh if you think about it, because how you eat Cheetos and you end up with a bunch of dust on your fingers, it's like it invokes thought. I like that. But Kanye West says, I'm happy. I get a gut feeling about people because it helped a lot. I've never gotten that, and it turned out exactly right. That's a God-given gift, by the way, Kanye. That is something that God had given you from birth. It's one of those gifts that if the government could take away from you and charge you, like, they would, right? That's what that is, right? That is a certified gift from God that, you know, without that feeling, it could have caused you so much trouble, because believe it or not, bro, there is a lot of people walking around in our society that doesn't have no discernment. They don't have no intuition. And you see it a lot with the females, man, like the younger ones. They haven't fully tapped in, because like they do a lot to young women nowadays, in the food, in the air, in the water, in the beauty products. They do a lot to fuck people's internal radar systems up, right? And lucky for me, you know, being deprived of so many things throughout my life, it saved my brain, right? The same people trying to destroy me now are the same people that actually saved my brain coming up in the 80s into the 90s. You know, my brain was spared because I grew up in the desert, right? Everything, like I wasn't in a big city, right? The food wasn't poisonous by the time we was growing up. You know, the air was starting to get poisoned. The food was starting to get poisoned. But like, you know, I did my time in prison broke. So I didn't ever eat a lot of top ramen. Didn't pump myself full of sugar and sodium, right? I got friends that are in the grave right now because like they did, let's say, a 20-year stretch. They had plenty of money on their books. Their parents sent them a check every 2 weeks, and they never went to the chow hall. They was always in the room busting down a spread, right? That high sodium ass shit took them out though, right? And it preserved me though, because I don't have high blood pressure. I don't take any medication at all, nor do I need any, right? I don't have diabetes. I'm not obese. I don't have mental problems. I don't have a history of mental problems. You know, I don't have hair loss. I'm not missing any extremities, man. I got all my teeth from a kid. I'm 44 years old and I ain't never had a cavity in my life, right? So basically I got to bypass, and I got long hair, right? You know, so I got good hair growth, you know. I'm aging well, you know, and I think it's because of the same things that were meant to cause harm and trauma and all this shit. I turned that pain into power, and I made a way to persevere off of it, right? Like, you would think being locked in a cell away from your loved ones and access to just basic shit that you want, motherfuckers out on the streets feeding they face Little Debbie's and eating McDonald's and smoking cigarettes and laughing because, you know, they think, oh, it's cool. And I'm sitting locked up. I don't got access to having a cell phone in my face. I can't do no drugs. All I can do is exercise, read, write, and pray, right? So that's all I ever did for years, right? And while the guy next door to me was losing his damn mind, right? But, you know, like I said, what it ultimately did is it put years on the back end of my life, right? Because I wasn't able to destroy myself physically at the beginning because I kept getting pulled out of society. I kept doing stupid little petty shit that was getting me locked up. Now, I got physical ailments from like fights and injuries and shit like that, but I'm talking about life-threatening shit, diseases that people have, cancer and bad livers, and I gotta go get a kidney taken out. You know, I got this wrong and that wrong, and to be 44, I'm in pretty good shape, man. You know, and if you give me 6 solid months, I'll bulk up to back to 200 pounds. I'll be pushing 300 on the weight pile. Just give me, I don't even need a full 180 days. Give me 120 days of non-stop action. Oh yeah, did you know that hair graying is reversible? I don't know how, I gotta look deeper into it, but the graying of your hair is reversible. You don't have to go gray. Like, you can slow it down. I think it's gonna happen regardless, but it's reversible to a certain extent, right? If you like going through like graying hair, and then, you know, they want you to rush down to CVS and go get you a Just for Men, you know, beard and hair dyeing kit. And I'm like, first of all, I represent my gray all damn day. Number two, why would I want to wear some shit on my hair that says dye in it? It says hair dye. Even though it's spelled D-Y-E, I still look at that as, no, I don't trust it. I'd rather rock the gray than putting some pesticides in my beard, right? Some human pesticides. I'd rather just rock the beard. I don't even like washing my face with soap that much, man, you know? I feel like it ages your face every time you rub soap on your face. So I shower, but I won't always wash my face, man. I don't feel a need to. In the morning, rinse my face, get the sleep boogers out of my eyes, make sure my my nostril holes ain't got boogers in them, and I don't got crust or you know, ashy saliva trails coming down my mouth anywhere. And that's why my hair grows the way it grows, right? Because I don't sit up here and put all this bullshit on. Like my hair, bro, I ain't washed my hair, and look how silky my shit. Bro, I ain't washed my hair in about 2-3 months. I ain't got no dandruff. It's Hawaiian silky, bro. But I do rinse it with water though. I rinse it with water, man. And I keep it under this so it keeps growing. If you keep your hair in the dark, it'll grow. And that's just a personal observation. I used to have Bob Marley dreads down to my belly button. Real talk. I got pictures still to this day of my Bob Marley dreads. I had fat dreads too. I didn't have the skinny ones. I had fat ones. I cut them off though in 2015. Right before 2016, I got rid of them because I realized something important about young light-skinned or dark-skinned dudes with dreadlocks. They're called usual suspects, right? When there's a crime in the area, the first person the police go look for is niggas in dreads. Whether you dark-skinned or light-skinned, even if you white. If you got dreads, you're getting picked up, right? Because everyone that commits crimes nowadays got dreads. So I said, well, let me get rid of my dreads, homie. I don't need dreads. Why I got dreads anyway? They look good while I was doing my little time, but you know, I kept them and then I got rid of them. I still got, matter of fact, hold on. I'm gonna show y'all something pretty interesting. Hey, these are my dreads from 2015 right here, bro. These are my old dreadlocks, man. Look, I still got them. I forgot about these, man. 3 of them. I done braided them together. I kept these 3 dreads, but these dreads used to be on the top of my head, man. These are my old dreadlocks right here. You know, I kept them though, man. You know, that's a good from the top of my finger to my elbow, right? And if you look, these was cut. These was cut. So there was actually like this much more length to them when I cut them, because I didn't cut them right at the sky. I kind of like, you know, kind of cut them here to where I still had a little hang time. So in reality, these were longer, but you know, those ain't no thin dread. That's a thick dread right there, bro. You know, but these are the 3 I saved from 2015, man. You know what I'm saying? I keep them with me, man. I don't know why, but I just do. You know, but I figured I'd throw that out there because I'm like, you know what? I'm sitting here talking about my hair and how I had these dreads, and I got the dreads sitting right here in the room. Let me go grab them. I ain't gonna unbraid them, though. Oh, okay. Hey Roy, it's Mr. Clone. It's too late. You're $2 and too late. I'm not finna get fired up no more about Charlie Kirk. I spoke my piece about Charlie, and like I said, you $2 short and you're too late. So get on up out of here, man. Hey Neo, what's going on, bro? Good to see you, man. Appreciate you stopping in. I came up in 83 through the 90s. Oh, then you know, J Biggs. I was born in the beginning of 82, man. January. I just had my 44th birthday. Obviously, I've been saying that, but it just passed. And I'm happy because I'm like, damn, man, I'm 44 already. Bro, do you know I remember when I was 14 still? Man, I just knew I ain't never gonna be in my 40s. Matter of fact, I don't even like niggas in their 40s. Now I'm 44. I used to think, let me tell you what I used to think. I used to think niggas in their 40s thought they were smart. Too damn smart for their own good. Always trying to tell us youngsters some shit. That's how I felt when I was 14. I felt like these old niggas always trying to tell us some shit, man. You old ass motherfuckers. And now that I'm old, I'm not even old though. I'm only 44, right? I finally was gifted, man. I unlocked that grown man strength, bro. That's being 44 years old. You get I've unlocked that grown man strength, bro. I've unlocked it. I got it. It's in me. It's in the, like I got it. That grown man strength. You know. And if a youngin ever wanted to challenge and I'm not, you know what, I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole of a conversation. I was born on December 24th, 82. Oh, so you at the back end of the year. No, I got you, man. So you're almost 11 months to the day, because I was born on the 26th of January and you were on the 24th of December. That's almost 11 months to the day. Well, I really don't know, because the way the months are set up, you would think it was 30 days all the way through, but it's not. So it's not, but it's still close to the day. It's only off by a few days, but hey, man, you still made it though, bro. Right before Christmas, man. Hey, you know what? I want to give you a round of applause, man, for being an 82 baby, because there's something about putting 1982 versus like 86, 87, 88, 89. No, 1982. The only regret I have is I couldn't say 1980, right? But I'm cool with 82. Yeah, I'm cool at 82. You know, when it's 82 degrees outside, it's nice. You dig? When you were born in 82, it's also nice. Especially when you was born in California in the 80s. That was a time that any cat born around the time I was born, we'll never forget it. There was something about that time in California, bro, that we just will never ever be able to forget or understand. The transformation California was going through throughout the 80s into the 90s. And then by the 2000s, it didn't even matter no more. It was just like, it was going, so it was the end of the era, and the end of an era was approaching. But we got to live the last couple years of that era. And we got to see it real time, right? And you know, when the end of an era is upon you, it like elevates first, right? Everything gets way good and then it just dies out, right? It's kind of like the era's last stand, right? If you were coming up in 82, that means by the time you was 89 came around, you already had consciousness, full awareness of the world. You might have been a youngin', but your memories have already started documenting events, right? Because in 1989, I was already fully aware of the world. I knew how to ride bikes. I was already hopping over walls and running from people. So I was like already in my full awareness mode in 1989. Shit, I was in my full awareness mode in 88, 87. So I got memories from the 80s. Lots of them, you know what I'm saying? And so I got to see a part of life before cell phones. And a lot of niggas will never be able to say that, man. Like, I got to see the world before cell phones. But here's the thing. I got to watch the transition from no cell phones to nothing but cell phones. From the big box black and white color TV to the flat screen $12,000 TV. And I still can't believe it that when flat screens were a thing, I remember $12,000 price tags on televisions. And I was like, damn, these TVs should be at the fucking car dealership, man. You feel me? Can I take one of these TVs and go trade it in for a car? No, because once you buy the TV, it goes from $12,000 down to $1,200. And that's only for the first year. Because after the first year, it goes from $12,000 to $1,200. And then any year after that, it drops down to $120. Even at the pawn shop, they only giving you $120 for a $12,000 television. Oh, you gonna turn 40 years old? Just congratulations, man. Yeah, congratulations. We got another 80s baby in the house, man. We celebrate the 80s up in this channel, man. On this channel, Let me get 100 if you was born in the 80s, man. Because it ain't no time like the 80s, man. 86, you kind of probably had some consciousness by 89, but it's hard to say because that was only 3 years. But you know what? I know some kids at 3 that were pretty smart. My daughter, when she was 3, she was already dancing and climbing up the stairs and trying to ride bikes with training wheels. So you never know, man. At 86, man, you still already had your consciousness, but it was still developing. You were still becoming aware. But shit, you get in. You get in the club regardless because, man, 86 qualifies. You want me to tell you why? Because you was born in the beginning of 86, man. You got the whole year of 86. I was born in January of 82, so I got the whole year to grow, develop. And I'm going to tell you right now, by the time December came around, I was crawling. I was getting picked up. I was looking around. By the time 83 came, I was ready to crawl. I was ready to get hurt. I was already ready to get off the bottle and get me a cup by 83. I was like, Mom, I'm tired of all these bottles. Can I just get a cup like y'all? Yeah, because anybody from that era, if you played outside, I promise you, you didn't have a cell phone. There was no 5G towers, right? There was just street lights and power lines and phone lines. That's all you seen on the poles back then. There was no motherfucking street lights with solar panels on top of them. There weren't little lights. It was the old school. Remember the old school transformers that were big circles that looked like batteries, and them things was known to explode during storms? I'm talking about big explosions, right? That's what the 80s had, bro. Like we didn't have no fucking phones. And if you did have a phone outside of your house, you was rich. You was a baller. All we had was the rotary and the dial. I don't even think at the time I was coming up, like cordless phones were just becoming a thing inside of people's homes. Like for real, like a cordless phone, you were from a well-off family if you was able to sit out on the porch on the phone. How many children born in the 80s remember seeing anybody anywhere at any time having a conversation on the phone outside on the porch? Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I'm just a real down-to-earth type of dude, man. I don't be sitting up here fronting and stunting, faking and shaking for people, man. And they say that's my fatal flaw is I'm not willing to be fake in a world full of fake shit. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna be the judge of that one on my own. Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying though. Like I'm talking about wireless music, fan. I'm talking about, because yes, I remember even in the 80s you had options. You could buy the 8-footer, you could buy a 5-foot curly cord, you could buy a 12-foot or a 15-foot. They had different length options, but then they would get old after a while and they'd get all curled up and fucked up and you'd have to throw it away and buy a new one. But I'm talking about even if you sat on the phone on the porch, you're right. You had to have the curly cord attached to your head. And that just was not that comfortable, because if you try to hold it to your ear like that and you had too much tension on the cord would pull the phone right out your right out your shoulder, right? And then it hit the floor and the person on the phone would hear the loud bang and like, man, what happened? Oh man, I tried to reach for something and dropped the phone. You know what I'm saying? Now you just boop, put this motherfucker on speakerphone, man, and then you ain't even got to even hold the phone, right? Chris says that the young people don't remember the beeper. I had the one because my uncle, man, bro, I had so many beepers, man. I had all blue ones. I ain't gonna lie, I had a couple green ones, but I had all see-through blue ones. That was my favorite color, man. I'm talking about, you came through my neighborhood, everybody had a see-through blue pager. I don't care if it was the one with the information on the side or across the top. You know, the ones that came across the top were the first ones, right? Where you had to push the buttons and, you know, and we even, a couple of them were in service, right? You could get a call, you could get a text, right? Then I had a few black ones. I remember I had stole some really good ones once from a company, right? They were good ones too, man. And we got the numbers to them too. Well, I got the numbers, right? The numbers were written on the damn pager. And I took like 5 of them and I sold them for $40 a piece. And I was like, hey man, you see the number right here? That's the number to the pager. So give this number out. But it's a burnout. So until you just use it till it burns out. You know, back in them days, you couldn't just call in and turn some shit off. It had to run through its 30-day cycle, right? So nowadays you could just call the power company, your cell phone company. You could just get a phone turned off that day. Done, right? But no, back in the day, you had to pay the bill and then that shit was active through the whole month. So even if someone got a hold of your shit, they had a month to use it. You know, and maybe you could have stopped your service. I don't really remember. I was too young to be remembering shit like that anyway, man. I ain't know what the hell. You know, I just knew that something was turned on and it worked. I knew it costed some kind of money because I used to watch my mom pay bills, but I guess it's probably as far as I knew about it, you know. And official cookie run. Oh, what's going on? Cookie in the house. You want to cut some bread with some turkey, bacon, and cheese. Oh, you know what? That actually sounds good, man. I had an ex, and that's all she fucking ate was turkey bacon. But you know what? She made me start liking it. Her ass would come home from the store with a pack of turkey bacon. And you know me, I'm like, well, shit, it's already here. I might as well just eat it, right? And then I was like, you know what? This shit is actually kind of good. It actually tastes like bacon. So I started liking it, man. Yeah, turkey bacon is good, man. Especially she used to get the green pack. Let me see if I Butterball. No, it wasn't Butterball. It was the green pack. What was the green pack? The green pack was I forgot the green pack, but she used to get the green pack from the store. That was her favorite one. Butterball is blue and yellow. The green is it'll come to me at some point, but at any rate, man, what kind of cheese though, bro? You ain't say what kind of cheese, man. You can't just say cheese but not say what kind of cheese, man. We want to know what kind of cheese and what kind of bread with the turkey bacon, cause you know it everything got to line up. You can't just like if I say I'm gonna guess okay, Kobe Jack. I like Kobe Jack. Kobe Jack is good, man. Absolutely. Nah, we ain't had no cell phones back in the day, man. We had to go out and play. And I mean, okay, Italian bread is also good, man. All right, man, you got my stamp of approval, bro. Patrick Piazza, man, I am good to go, man. I am good to go. I'm about to step away from the live for a minute, but I'm gonna keep it running, man. Um, I might just keep this shit running all night, man. I'm getting tired of waiting on these watch hours, man. This shit is ridiculous. Here I am. How long they want a person? You know how long I've been trying to make a viral video? I ain't been able to do it. You are the first person to say my last name right. Oh, you know why? Let me tell you why. Patrick Piazza, because, man, do you know who Mike Piazza is? I had Mike Piazza's rookie card, LA Dodgers, 1990s. Do you know who Mike Piazza was? You dig. Mike Piazza's rookie card, the Dodgers, 1990, Rookie of the Year. Look him up, man. Look up Mike Piazza, LA Dodgers, and you'll know why I know the name Piazza. Yeah, man. Mike Piazza was a beast. He was a beast, bro. He wasn't one of the original Dodgers, but he was from so far back in the day that you gotta be a true OG to remember Mike Piazza, bro. You know, but that used to be, I had his rookie card and it was cold because it was the silver edition Rookie of the Year. So when I got it, it was all silver, right? It was embossed in silver. and it was a Rookie of the Year card. It was worth like $15. You know, you looked in a little baseball Beckett and shit. Like, oh look, it says right here the Mike Piazza rookie silver coated card. It's $15. We going around all happy. See, that's another thing about the '80s too, man. Is card collecting, right? And I ain't talking about tarot card. I'm talking about actual sports memorabilia, baseball, basketball, football, even hockey, man. You know, we was collecting cards, bro. And I once got a car stolen from me, man. I had Michael Jordan's retirement card. Not when he retired 23. I wish I had that one. No, I had the retirement card. Um, you ain't gotta be from LA, bro. LA is Louisiana. It's just a different LA, right? It's still Louisiana. But check it though. I'm just telling you that Mike Piazza played for the Dodgers in LA in the 90s. And I wanted you to look it up and see why I know how to pronounce Piazza, because that was a name that flew out of my mouth a lot in the early 90s. We were happy about having them type of cards, right? But I had the Michael Jordan retirement card when he retired the number 45, right? I had that card. And you know who stole that card from me? My mom's dope fiend ass friend. I got my car stolen away from me by my mother's friend. He was a dope head, and he'll steal from children. He didn't care. He didn't give a damn. I took the card to the pool so I could show my friends, right? I wanted them all to see the card. And when I got out the pool, the card was gone. And I knew who took it. He took it because it was a Michael Jordan retirement card. And at the time, I think it was worth like maybe $12 because it was the retirement of the number 45. So it didn't even cost, it wasn't the card. Now, if I would have had the 23, I think the 23 at the time would have been worth like a couple $100, right? So, but yeah, cards, man, that was another thing from back in the day, man, when I'm finna change my profile picture and I don't know what to draw for any. Are you gonna draw a picture? Okay, that's creative. Okay, next question. Would you rather be in the country late at night or be in the hood late at night? Man, I've already done both of those. I done been in the country late at night and I've been in the hood late at night. I've actually been in the hood in the country late at night. That's a cold question, right? I didn't been to two places at once and it was both late at night. I've been at both places at separate times, also late at night. So my answer to you is like, if you're in the hood, you have to worry about the Crips and the Fiends. Yeah, if you're in the country, you are well alone. I don't know, man. I think you don't know California very well, man. But I do want to tell you this: California has countryside, right? Most definitely has the country. And I'm gonna tell you something about California. Not only does California have the country, California has gangs in the country. Real vicious gangs in the country late at night. They be out. Yeah, they be out late at night in the country. You gotta give me a second. I'm over here doing multitasking type of business. You want to go to the USA? Oh man, hey Jay Biggs, you are more than welcome, man. Bring that ass on to America. Only thing I want to know is where you trying to go. Because one thing about the Americas, there's all kind of places you could be. Oh, you know about California? Okay. You are indeed right. I do not know Cali that well. Oh, okay. Yeah. But don't worry about it. You ain't missing nothing nowadays, bro. In 2026, you ain't missing nothing. See, I'm high school. I wore colored bandanas, and people would ask, "Well, you from Louisiana, where they'll do that. They'll put on gang colors, but that's because y'all not California. Y'all in Louisiana. But like they out there now, though. I'll tell you that. I'd rather be anywhere as long as I got my gun or my rifle. Oh, absolutely, Chris. I do not disagree. I'm not gonna lie. I don't disagree with that at all, man. You know, I'll be anywhere as long as I got protection. I ain't gonna say a gun, you know, but I will say my protection, even if it's security. The Deep South, yeah, the Deep South is nice. I ain't never been to the Deep South, but I know a lot of people from the Deep South, bro. Yeah, it's worse than New Orleans, absolutely, man. Definitely a place I ever wanted to go. Yeah, you know, Baton Rouge, um, really bad place to be. New Orleans, some nice places, but it really go up everywhere in New Orleans. Even down at the French Quarter, it be going up. You can't even go to the Mardi Gras no more. They sitting up there running people down in trucks and shit, man. You really can't do nothing these days, man. Like I don't even like large crowds because I don't want to be involved in any type of mass incidents, man. I'm not scared to go outside. I just don't want to be involved in like bad incidents, bro. I ain't scared. I'd go to Magnolia. I'd fit in too, man. They'd try me probably at first, but they wouldn't be. I'll do what I gotta do. Shit, when I came to Detroit, man, you know how much bullshit I heard about Detroit when I came to the city of Detroit, man? Man, but before I got here, right, everybody told me like, oh man, your daughter's in Detroit. Oh, you don't even want to go visit her. Like, bullshit, I'm finna go out there. Man, I came out here. This was one of the best places I ever seen in my life, man. You know, and the way that they party is let me tell you something about Detroit. You ain't never seen partying the way they party in Detroit. You ain't never seen it. Was LA in the house? You been to Compton? Yeah, I've been to Compton, man. I've been all over LA, man. I've been everywhere in California, damn near. There ain't a spot I ain't been really in California, except in little small, ducked off towns. I've been to like most of the major cities, right? I've been to small towns too, but I've been all over California, man. We'll just say that. I've been some of the places that you see in traveling brochures when it comes to California, man. I've been in places that you've only heard about when I've been to California, man. When I lived in California. No, Bourbon Street is cool. I might go out there, but I'm a keep my head on a swivel the whole time. I'm not just gonna be out there just thinking that it's good because like it can go up even on Bourbon Street. I didn't seen it on cops too many times. Bourbon Street is wild. All that alcohol, people with bad attitudes. A lot of people party. It's like Vegas, though. You know, I mean. You go out there to the strip, you want to have a good time, you're going to have a good time. But like major incidents do occur. You feel me? Major incidents too, man. Let me see. Somebody just sent a block message. Patrick Piazza says shit can go tits up. Okay, you know we can show that. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Hey, New Orleans is definitely a place, but they got to get them levees right, man. I ain't trying to go to New Orleans, man, and be involved in a flood, man, because I was just watching some shit. Matter of fact, speaking of that, bro, let me tell you what I just watched about New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina. This was the weirdest thing I've ever heard about that day or about that time period that I've ever heard anybody say. And I've heard a lot of stuff. I actually was messing with a girl from New Orleans that her whole family lost a house in the flood, right? And they moved to Vegas. And that's how I ended up meeting her, man. Her name was Sabrina. Her mom worked at the school district out there pretty much her whole entire life. From when she was a young lady to a older woman, she worked at the school district, right? Let me tell you though what I heard about New Orleans during these floods, right? And you could look this up too, man. They said that during the floods, right, some of the people that passed away in the houses from the flooding, right, they said that they got documentation of the coroner, the police, the military, the fire, whoever rescued bodies out of these homes, right? Where they got documentation of a specific individual that they got out of a home, took them to the morgue, documented them at the morgue. Days later, I'm from California, man. I was born and raised in the state of California, so we got around. I was in group homes, I was in foster homes, I was in juvenile care. I got to see a lot of places, man. But that's as far as I'm gonna go into that. I'm from the land. So, anyways, people that were they was documented at the morgue, right? And they said that days later, that same body that they brought into the morgue ended up back at the house that they got it from, and nobody moved it. They said that there was other documentation, other documented events where they would go to a house, right? And they would find a specific deceased individual inside the home. They would take the body, and it didn't make it all the way to the morgue because there was a lot of passed away people. So they would take it to dry land, and they would document it, and you know, I don't even know how you say it. Anyways, they would document it, right? And then like the bodies would disappear, and they would end up being found twice. And it was throwing investigators off because they would look up the paperwork and they would have two separate documents of the same body being rescued out of this home. And then old girl she said that there was this one particular incident where there was this old man where he passed away on his porch waiting for help, right? In a chair on his porch. And the fire department came to the house, got the body. They were spray painting shit on the doors so they could, you know, that was their way of radioing ahead to say, hey, this house has already been checked. This house has already been cleared, right? So there was this one particular incident where there was this guy that passed away on his porch, and they took him away. Somehow, they don't even know how the body disappeared, but it came back to the house, and they came back to the house that was already clearly marked as being cleared, and the guy was back on the porch in the same chair, and they cannot explain that shit. How these people ended up back at the property where they passed away at. And here's the craziest part about it all is they've got dozens and dozens of these documents. Like it ain't just one or two, it's all kinds of them, right? That this little, I don't even know if you can call it a phenomenon, right? Because I don't think that's the right word for it. It's like some shit no one can explain, but they got like dozens of these events that are documented of bodies returning back to the place that they passed away at in the city of New Orleans. And sometimes the way that they even discovered it was the fact that they've already cleared certain homes. They marked it. They documented the body already being removed at the morgue, and they was disappearing from the morgue and the dry ground. And the craziest part is even if they ended up floating, how did they get back to the same spot that they got found the first? That's where it throws me off, because I can understand if a body ends up back in the water, it's going to float. But how the hell does it float back to the house where it passed away at? But you can look that up. That's like something that you can look up, and I don't know how you're going to look it up, but you can look it up. Just based off that information that I just put out there, you can look that shit up and you can watch the videos and see what the lady talking about. And it's pretty interesting, man, to say the least, because I ain't never heard nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they always said that New Orleans is a real spiritual part of the United States, man. Very, very, very spiritual. You know, they claim Louisiana's got real life vampires down there, like real ones. I don't know about that, but I wouldn't want to be the one to go find out if that's true or not. I don't think anybody would want to go find that out. But they claim they got real vampires down there, and they're not nice people. So I don't know. I would have to talk to a real native from that part of the United States and see what they thought about it. People saying that there's real vampires down there, and you know, people come up missing because you go to certain bars and it's a vampire hangout, and if you go in that bar, you're never coming back out. French folklore, like Maria, I don't know how to pronounce that word, Laveau, or the, yeah, I could tell you really from down there. You really from down there for sure. But yeah, I maybe it's folklore, maybe it's not, but it's been a lot of claims of vampires, real ones, specifically in the New Orleans area, not Texas, not Mississippi, not Tennessee, Louisiana. And I'm like, man, who would want to live in a state where that's the talk of the town, especially as you get deeper off in the wooded areas where, you know, just the way Louisiana's set up is kind of spooky, especially at night. Got all these trees that hang low. You know, as you get farther away from the coast, you know, it's like, I'm sure they got like farmland down there and shit, but the way the trees are, these big trees that drape down over the ground at night, it's hard to see through all the trees and shit, man. I still go though. Yeah, no doubt about it. I knew a couple Creoles from down there, you know. New Orleans people get around. That much I do know. New Orleans people, not even New Orleans people, Louisiana people, because I've knew people from Shreveport, Magnolia, what's that other one I just said? Baton Rouge, and New Orleans. All of them little spots, all the major spots in Louisiana. I'd rather go to Louisiana than Mississippi, because they still got conspiracies jumping off in Mississippi, man. It's a lot of bullshit going on in Mississippi, man. Like, not everywhere in Mississippi, but a lot of them towns, they still living like it's the 60s, man. So I couldn't do it. I wouldn't want to do it. I am cool. Ain't no way. Toby up here asking people if they've ever been swallowed whole. Damn, it's 2 a.m. We not gonna answer you, sir. There's no reason to answer the idiocracy. I have a spiritual connection with trees. Some may say that's crazy, but trees heal me. Nah, that ain't crazy, bro. Everything, there's multiple life forces you could tap into, man. That's why they tell you when you step outside on raw earth, take your shoes and socks off, man, and it will ground you the same way that if you are in your shoes, I mean, if you just stepping on the ground barefooted and you touch some electricity, you will be electrocuted. There is electrical currents in the ground, and they didn't proven that time and time again, that your body is also electricity, and so are trees, right? And if trees take CO2 and turn it into oxygen, or carbon monoxide and turn it into CO2, whatever you want to call it, right? Then it's the same concept as if you go and you, if you know how to properly, I guess, deal with a tree, then yeah, you can get energy from a tree. You can get energy from the water. You can get energy from the earth itself. Free energy sources that, you know, they don't teach you about in school. They don't teach you about that shit. You just got to know with your intuition that that's the truth. There's a lot of mysterious things about the world. Better yet, the most bad place I've been was to Arkansas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's seen that little documentary back in the 90s about Little Rock, Arkansas. That was like when documentaries about the hood and gangbanging really, that was the banging in Little Rock. I know everybody's seen that. But yeah, you know, it was a different time. But you know, growing up in okay, yeah, for sure. You're right. No, it's probably I think I'm picking up what you tossing, man. If it ain't about the banging, it's about the the racism, most likely. You feel me? Yeah, I figured it was about the racism. You know, you gonna find that in the South, though. It's just a way of life. You know, things move slow in the South. Things move slow. Even time moves slow. You know. But you can come and be a city slicker up north. You know, in the big city. You want to move fast, go to New York City. That's the fastest you ever gonna move in your life. Vegas used to be fast. Vegas used to be real fast, but you know, due to current downturns in the economy, Vegas has taken a major hit. It's not as fast as it used to be. Right now, you in the big city, Alexandria. Oh, you know what? That's another. I heard of Alexandria. Yeah, most definitely, man. Me personally, I'm out here in the Metro Detroit area of Michigan, and it is cold. It's polar bear's toenails outside, and so we pretty much indoors until this cold weather spell lets up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's cold outside, bro. But you know what? Hey, man, I be barbecuing almost every night. I got a whole bag of coals over here, man. I'm just trying to decide what we gonna buy. Maybe some ribs or something like that, you know, and some condiments to go with it, and some rib rub, and some good, you know, heavy duty tin foil. And I'm finna make me some ribs. You know, got a smoker in the backyard. I'm not really good. I don't know much about smokers, but it ain't nothing that a video won't clear up. But I only watch a video about something once or twice, and then I'm gonna take it and mold it into my own understanding. Yeah, ribs, man. I make some baby back ribs, some pork ribs. You would love mine, J Biggs. I'm telling you, man. I make them tender, like they're not tough. You can get all the meat off of them, and then I glaze them with honey, and I do a lot, man. My ribs are the bomb, bro. I could pull up on the side of the road with my ribs and sell them all. Patrick says, bro, it was so cold outside. We had to make a Dakota fire hole to keep the fire warm. Yeah, you know what? When I first started barbecuing in the frigid temperatures, bro, I realized that barbecue coals struggle staying lit if you don't properly let them, you know, ignite themselves. Because, man, I kept having a problem with low heat, and I realized I wasn't doing it right. I was trying to rush it, but you can't, because if they're not fully engulfed, they just gonna keep going out, man. They gonna keep going out. Hey, all I could do, I'm gonna call you IA, man, is I can keep posting these videos, bro. Yeah, yeah, I'm a big fan of brisket. Brisket is like the best tasting meat I've ever had in my life, man. I can eat brisket every day of the week, I swear. You ever had a brisket sandwich on potato bread? Man, I could eat that shit every day of the week, man. With just a touch of barbecue sauce. You don't even need, like, I would never disrespect brisket meat coated just over barbecue sauce. Hell no. You just need a little touch on the brisket. And then it already tastes like butter, right? Put you just a little tiny bit of barbecue sauce on there. Get you some potato bread and put it in the microwave for about 10 seconds. And just eat you a brisket sandwich, bro. I'm telling you, man. My mouth is watering just thinking about it, man. They got some good spots out here in Michigan where you can get some brisket too. Because one thing about Detroit is this is a barbecuing ass part of the world. I'm talking about in the summertime, it seems like the whole city is barbecuing, man. You'll never, you can't drive from one end of the city to the other without seeing at least 50 barbecuing spots. Yeah, that's what makes it buttery is the fat. You're damn right. And the outer crust got to be blackened. I'm talking about it has to be as black as the road. Yeah, I like mustard on hot links, man. When I eat hot links, man, they got to be mustard down. I'm telling you, man. Yeah. You know what? When I went to my daughter's little birthday bash the other day, we passed a restaurant out there in Westland called Famous Dave's, right? Hey, man, Famous Dave's is a spot they got in Las Vegas. And I'm very familiar with Famous Dave's because the company I worked for in Vegas, we had a company barbecue one year. And the owner, he spent like $2,000 at Famous Dave's for all the employees, and he bought us everything, man. It was some bonus money that we had did a really good job, and we got paid good for it. So he threw not a barbecue, but he wanted a barbecue themed dinner. So what he did was he ordered about 2 racks worth of food from Famous Dave's, man. And one of the things that was on the menu was cheesy burnt ends. And when I tell you, we also had brisket, by the way. When I tell you them cheesy burnt ends was so good, just imagine a pizza box and you open it and there's just like about 100 chunks of burnt ends. I don't know, probably about 100 pieces with no bone in them. So you just take you a piece of meat with some cheese on it. You just, bro, man. Ever since then, I knew Famous Dave's was a spot. When I get some money, I'm finna go to Famous Dave's, man. We finna go out there. We finna do a order takeout, and we finna go get some cheesy burnt ends. We finna go get some ribs, and we finna just get all kind of shit from Famous Dave's. And I remember when Famous Dave's first hit the scene too, man. At least in Vegas, I remember. It was pretty damn good, man. Hey, you know what? I appreciate that coffee, music fan, because that coffee woke me right on up. I am no longer. Matter of fact, it's 2 in the morning. I don't even think Music Fan is still hanging with us, man. But let me not be wrong, bro. Yeah. Well, I would have been hungry, man, but I ate this this Man, I ate this hamburger, man. It was Angus beef. It wasn't even regular ground beef, man. Oh shit, music fan hanging in there. Hey, I apologize for the late hour, man. It's we 250 minutes in, man. And I might end it at 300 minutes though, cause I wanna go jump on the game. I'm not finna do no live streaming no more today, but I'll jump on my video game and make me a couple dollars, man. You heard about the tenderism guy? You know the dudes who's ribbing. Yeah. Everybody knows about tenderism. You know, I really don't know how to feel about all the controversy that's been coming out about it. Like, I really don't see what the white dude did wrong that owned the company. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it. But according to the people, the real owner then did some effery, you know what I'm saying, to I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, the old man, I definitely seen that whole fiasco, man. And I don't know what I think. Now they trying to do a GoFundMe for the old man so he can open up his own place. And that may have been a publicity stunt from the beginning, just so he can get enough money to start his own operation. But you know, he probably feeling like in his age, he ain't trying to start a whole business. He'll get it up and running just to hand it over to his family. But I hope he does something like that. That'll be cool. You know what I'm saying? The way he was promoting dude's shit, he deserves it. Because I wish I had a business and I could sit up here and have a person just promote my business to the point where I blow up and become famous and I ain't got to do nothing. But, you know, we've heard them kind of stories before where dude will end up with his own business, but it'll be a flop. It won't be the same as, you know, I don't even remember the name of that restaurant that he was promoting either, man. Who got the best barbecue in the USA? Is it Texas? Texas is definitely a contender, man. But there's a lot of places, bro. They got some of the best barbecue you gonna eat right up here in Michigan. Right? See, people don't understand Detroit in the summertime, man. Like, like the amount of places you can eat out here. Like, Texas is definitely one of those places, but it ain't the only place. But, no, but see, they do Cajun barbecues, though. They'll barbecue some shit, but you'll have options, though. You'll have barbecue, you'll have crawdads, you'll have the shrimp with the lobsters and the crab meat. Like, you'll have the spicy sausage. You know, Cajun is good, but it's too spicy for me, man. I can't rock with that spicy shit. I can, but it gets me every time. Like, I be wanting to eat that spicy shit. I love it, but then I eat it and I pay for it, man. I be like sick afterwards. A crawdad is a mini lobster, basically. It's a you know, a crawdad, crawfish. Yeah, same thing. I really don't know what to call them because I grew up calling them crawdads, but they're basically, you know, little crustaceans that live in canals and small ponds and shit. Like, you ain't gonna catch them in the ocean. You ain't even gonna catch a crawdad in a lake. You gotta go find like a river or a canal. Like, see, growing up in California, we used to go to the canal with a 5-gallon bucket, and I had a friend that he was a professional. And he just was the guy. Like, we would all wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday and get ready to go spend a whole day at the canal with my homeboy Theo. He was the one, man. What do I think about Arizona girls? I think Arizona girls are hot. That's what I think. I think they firecrackers out there. As a matter of fact, you making me want to go to Arizona right now. But the thing is, Arizona's on meth, so you got to be careful. Arizona's on powder and meth. But we ain't talking about them. So, not to get off topic. Yeah, I like Arizona girls, man. Most definitely. Jamaican food is good, man. I've been to Arizona. Bro, I've been to Bullhead City, Arizona. Only to go to Home Depot, man. I was doing a job down in Laughlin. And to finish the job, we had to shoot out there to across the river in the Bullhead and go get some paint over in Home Depot. So that was the only time I ever been to Bullhead City. It's just a little city like all the rest of them, right on the Colorado River and shit. You can see Laughlin casinos right across the street and shit. But that was the only time, you know what I'm saying? Bullhead City, and then the Hoover Dam. I was telling the lady earlier about Hoover Dam. They got half of the Hoover Dam is Nevada, the other half is Arizona. Only 2 times I ever been to Arizona, man. Never been to Phoenix. Never been to Tempe. Never been to Mesa. Never been anywhere in Arizona, man. I always thought Arizona was too damn hot. But shit, I guess if you think Arizona's hot, then you gotta know Nevada's hot. Because I lived in Las Vegas where it gets hot as hell. I think the highest temperature I ever experienced in Nevada was 118 degrees in the middle of the day. And the crazy part is the hottest point of the summer in Vegas is at 4 p.m. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be 118 degrees outside, man. Vegas is one of those strange cities where you will be out at 3 in the morning and you'll see all your friends with shorts, tank tops, and flip-flops on. All over town, everybody's outside. Because it'd be too hot to be out during the day. So at night is when everybody comes out in Vegas, right? Same with Arizona. You go out at night. Arizona is a night state. People come out at night. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, man. You know, the axis is tipping in the world right now. And it's been tipping for quite some time. That's why time is getting off track. It's getting out of calibration. And the government knows it, but they're trying to like not tell us, but we know. Like anybody with a brain knows. In Louisiana, people know how to party like crazy. The booze and the food, and what is a party without drugs? Just not as bad as New Mexico or Arizona. Yeah, I don't think that that Louisiana has a meth problem like the West Coast does. But you know, I be telling people the thing about California and Nevada is the drugs are crazy because they used to manufacture them. Did you know that in California to this day, you could be digging out in the middle of the desert and you could dig up a 5-gallon drum barrel thinking that you got something. And you do got something. Let me tell you what you got, man. So you open the barrel and it'll be a crystallized substance, right? What you found is some old outdated drugs that some manufacturer and left out in the desert for whatever reason, and you didn't found it. I wouldn't recommend keeping it. I wouldn't recommend even opening it. But back in the day, they used to put it inside of 5-gallon drums and they would bury the shit and they would come back later and get it. And they still find barrels of that shit from time to time, way out in the desert, man. A motherfucker just be out there digging in some random spot and he'll come across 50-gallon buckets. No, I said 5-gallon. I meant to say 55-gallon drums. You open it up and it's crank. Yeah, it's crank. They used to bury it, but they buried it because it cooks better when it's buried. You know, it's aged and it really... So you find some of that shit, you probably just found you $1 million worth of the good shit. But, hey, man, I wouldn't mess with it. But you know what? I'll tell you this. If you do become the D-boy that you striving to be, you ain't going to have to worry about fentanyl being in your shit. Ain't going to be no Fetty Wap in it. It's going to be pure. And, you know, it's just like I used to think about going down to Miami out on a boat in the middle of the night and being way out there and finding a big bale of raw Bolivian cocaine way out and 50 miles offshore, and just thinking to myself, bro, I ain't never thought about being a drug lord until now. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna chop this stuff up, and I'm gonna become a professional drug dealer. Also, Detroit, from what I heard, people made it sound like it's worse than New Orleans, like straight gun violence. It used to be like that, Patrick. It definitely used to be like that, right? But I mean, it's still like that. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happens, but I'm not gonna give Detroit a bad name. That's not my mission in life, is to give Detroit a bad name. People will do that. I mean, I'm gonna tell you like I tell anybody, man. There's gonna be a murder rate and gun violence anywhere you find black people. I don't give a fuck where. Go up to North Dakota. If there's black people, there's gonna be shootings. You feel me? The more there are, the more frequent it will be. Would you like some prayer today? Christian, absolutely. I don't mind prayer, man. Go ahead and release some prayers for us, man. I'll read them out loud. Ain't very many people in the chat right now, but you know, they can watch it later. I don't know what tweeds are. I thought tweed was a type of material on clothing. That's what I thought. Okay, well, Jay Biggs cleared it up for you, man. It just had an extra letter in there that wasn't supposed to be in there, man. We was talking about weed. Man, go get you some weed. Patrick says, but on that same mentality that you said, New Orleans isn't a bad place. It's just plagued by bad problems. Yeah, man, it's you know, they got the ghetto out there, bro. They got real projects in Louisiana. I'm talking about Louisiana was one of those places where the projects was born at. They had projects in New Orleans before they had projects in California. They had projects in New Orleans. I mean, not even New Orleans, just throughout Louisiana in different spots, because of, you know, the history of the United States. Louisiana was one of those places that they got the first wave of poverty in America. That's one of the states that experienced the first wave, you know, of violence and desolate, you know, ran down, condemned areas full of crime and despair and, you know, all the bad words, right? Louisiana was one of the first places to go through that. You know, all down there through that's the real South right there. I mean, it's all the real South, but that's like the South that's got a whole lot of history, a whole lot of stories and shit like that. I respect everybody, man. I like, it don't matter where I go, man. I'm gonna find a way. Like, I'm not one of them people that's gonna go to another state and say, man, these motherfuckers soft. I don't play that kind of shit. Cause you know, you can go anywhere and end up in some shit. I came on this like 3 days ago and he wasn't that great. Oh man, are you serious? Are you trying to play with me, man? I ain't never seen you, T. Edward Evans. Anyways, Hallowed be thy name, his kingdom come, his will be done. Lord, I would like to thank you for giving me a chance to bring Jesus closer to these people's hearts today. I ask that you bless their spirits. Right. You are a beautiful transgender woman. Food stamps is back. You could never forget food stamps. Come with another one, Christian. Oh, oh, you didn't erase it already. That was quick. That was fast. That was pretty fast. Look, we got another one. Also, bro, the prostitution. I don't know if you read my last comment. I don't know. Let's go read it, Patrick. Oh yeah, you know, shit. They got all that up here too, man. But you know, I came from Las Vegas, homie, so like before that I came from California. Have you seen the prostitution in Los Angeles on Figueroa? Them broads is walking around butt naked. Why the police is riding down the street? Police out there turning dates. You know what they say, man? Hey, man, prostitution is something that goes back to the beginning of time, and that's a fact. I'm talking about kingdoms. Kingdoms had girls for sale in every timeline. Every single timeline. So, you know, for me, prostitution, it's really like, it ain't even a sin, because like, I look at it like prostitution done been in every timeline, every single one. Does anybody drink Mogu? I've never heard of Mogu drinks. Slinky? Patrick say, I can't say anything because they possibly got kids to feed, but other times they just do it. Now, they don't never do it for the fun. They doing it. They doing it for pimping, right? They doing it because they gotta do it. You know what? I don't even want to get into all that, because like I can say a lot about that, but I ain't finna say much, because man, you know, sometimes some topics, man, you know, I don't be knowing who watching, but like you know, we ain't on that. But anyways, let me read this. Heavenly Father, I ask that you help all these people's hearts today. I ask that you help all, including me, with our faith. Help us to put our trust in you above all. Amen. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Praise God, the Holy Administrator. Hey, I appreciate that, Christian. I really do, man. We need more people that's willing to put it out there and do it with no shame. No, I ain't never heard nothing like that, Neo. I probably bought some for my daughter at some point. But you know, only jelly drinks I am aware of are vodka jelly shots. I went to an upscale party once, right? And it was an upscale party too. I'm talking about police officers were there, firefighters, people that worked at the international airport was there, teachers were there, insurance agents. Like, never been to a party like that before, man. Like, everybody was making like $100,000+ a year. It was the night that it was the night that Floyd Mayweather and Canelo fought, right? I went to this party. Nice party, man. But I remember the lady who owned the house was making these vodka jelly shots. They was the best ones I ever had in my life, man. Yeah, that's a problem that I kind of I have been nitpicking at the world. In reality, I'm not helping at all, but it's kind of good to point out. Yeah, you know, that's going on everywhere, man. Hey, they got back streets in Detroit. Man, they got back streets. You drive down the back streets, you gonna see all these hoes, and you're gonna be like, where the hell am I? I'm on a back street, and yeah, because that's where the tricks be lurking, on the back street. You're welcome anytime. I love you all. Remember, when the time comes, you're gonna want to like evil. It's gonna look like it's good. Let God be the light through the darkness. Oh, absolutely, man. I've been saying that too, man. The devil never comes wearing his horns. I keep telling people, man, the devil never shows up wearing his horns. He gonna show up like your brother. He gonna show up like your sister. He gonna show up like your reverend. He gonna show up like your good neighbor. But you know what? He gonna show up. So be careful. Definitely gonna show up. I'm very much into Asian culture from a very young age. Okay. I like Asian culture. I don't get too deep off in it because I don't understand the language, but I do like some of their stuff, man. The other night, you probably caught me on here talking about their traditional food, the shit that they actually eat. Not the shit they sell to Americans, but the stuff that they eat. They eat the good stuff and they sell us the bullshit. I'm like, man, nah, y'all ain't gonna do that to me, man. I'm about to go and hit up a real Chinese restaurant where I gotta sit down, where I see other Chinese people eating at. And I'm gonna observe when I walk in. If they not using chopsticks, I'm not using a chopstick. But if I walk in and they using chopsticks, I'm picking mine up. I don't care if they don't like me being there or not. A preacher at my church said that the devil is everywhere. Hell, when you start partying and doing stuff, he hops in a ride in the back of your truck when you leave. Yeah, not necessarily him himself, but he's got his people. Devil is, in my opinion, and this is for educational purposes only, the devil is one of those people that he got his ears to the street at all times through multiple different people. So the devil's the kind of person that he doesn't want to miss one single bit of action at all. He doesn't want to miss none of it. You know. So he trying to get any and everybody, and he's got like this thing about not letting anybody get away from him. Nobody. You feel me? So you know, that's how I feel. You never know who's in cahoots with the devil, and that's a fact. Yeah, there's a lot of people in cahoots with the devil, man. We're living in a satanic society here in America anyway. Like, the most dominant people here in America, society, are satanic. It's a whole big-ass secret society that nobody wants to talk about. It's all hush-hush. But I know. Even if nobody else know, and the people that do know, that keeping that shit a secret, I know who you are. And it's the reason I'm suffering now. It's the reason I'm, you know, limited as fuck. Because they try to sacrifice me, man. And on some satanic shit, though, man. Like, can't even believe it. Can't even believe it, man. But, you know, hey, I'm really not tripping. I'm really looking at it like, hey, man, a lot of satanic people out here moving around. Little deep state, little government agents. Secret society, man. And I'm going to tell you another thing, man. A lot of these cats, they want to be controlled, bro. Ain't no helping these motherfuckers. They want to be controlled. How about that? when you want to get raped or graped, excuse me, I don't want to use that word, but like, they want to be controlled, man. That's what they want for themselves. They not trying to be nothing other than a helper of the devil, right? That's what they be on. Period. Ain't no helping them. They don't want to be helped. They're happy. They're proud. Like, there's people out here right now on this live doing the devil's work, bro. That's why, like, you don't even need to speak on it. But yeah, you never know. But you know what I decided to do over the years? I'm just assuming. I walk into a room full of people, I say all these motherfuckers are the devil until they prove otherwise. All these motherfuckers. And you know what? Saying that someone is the devil, that don't mean nothing to these people. That'll make a motherfucker smile, calling them the devil. Oh, you think I'm the devil, huh? Why, thank you. Like, they like that evil type of shit, man. That's why there's so many gang stalkers. So many of them. They do the devil's work and they proud of it, and you know, it's just like a gang. You gonna talk a gang member out of being a gang member? Then how you gonna talk a satanic individual out of not worshiping the devil? You ain't. And some of them don't even worship the devil. They do it inadvertently without even realizing they fucking with the devil. They doing work for people that do the devil's work. They doing work for people that are satanic. They doing work for cults that worship Baphomet, you feel me? But they swear up and down they Christian. Oh, we don't believe. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Because you're doing work for, you're directly connected to satanic activity. And a lot of times people don't even know it. But they know it. Deep down inside, these motherfuckers know it. But like I said, hey, America is a highly satanic individual. I mean, America is a highly satanic individual entity operating in the world that is collaborated with other parts of the world that are also satanic. And the goal is to convert each and every human being into a satanic believing individual. And if you're not converted, that's because you're a target, and they will try to sacrifice you. They will try to ostracize you. They will single you out and target you and make your life a living hell. That is what they will do. What's going on, Patrick? These people out here ain't shit. They all work for the damn satanic cults, man. That's what America is built on. I don't see how more people don't know this shit. That America is one big ass cult of people. And it's been like that. It's been like that since the 1940s. And probably closer to the 1920s. Since the rise of the Rothschilds and them type of motherfuckers. They've been having cults. Big, I'm talking about big cults. Millions and millions of people all believing in the same shit. They believe it's okay to gang stalk people. They believe it's okay to sacrifice animals, children, and blood sacrifice other adults, innocent adults, people that don't even know that they're being targeted for sacrifice. They believe in this shit wholeheartedly. They've been mentally wiped clean of any rational thoughts that shit is wrong. They don't give a fuck. And like I said, a lot of them be right here on this chat, watching me, like always. That's why I don't be getting subscribers. I be getting subscribers, but like, I don't be getting them, right? They like to control America, and they want to control every single motherfucker in America. Every single one. And one thing I learned about these cults, they're full of people that are easy to control. That's why I said a lot of these cults are full of retarded people. Straight up brain dead people. And I don't even know how they're able to pull off some of the shit they pull off when I can see the type of people these cults attract. Little gay ass retards. And that ain't no disrespect. But in a way it is, because they disrespected my entire life and they continue to do it. Yeah, I go to my shorts, Christian Rebel. I got I hooked up a little short video using that prayer. Are the Rothmans the same as the Rockefellers? You know what? I don't really know, man. I really don't know, bro. I just spoke on the Rothschilds and all of them because, like, you know, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers believed in that new world order type of shit where everybody was on the same program, right? And you know, they worship Satan for power. That's what it was really about. The sacrifices, the worshiping, the kidnapping of children. It was all for power. You know what I'm saying? It was all for fucking power. That's all it's been. I'm 69 years old. I've been to prison, never saw one animal, human being sacrificed. Well, I appreciate that, sir. I'm glad you haven't, because that ain't the real statement. The real statement is you've never been involved in any of that kind of shit. Because not seeing it is one thing, but not being involved is a whole nother thing. Because, see, there's a lot of people, especially out where I'm at right now, these people are cult members. And I don't even know what that means, but I know it's some dark shit. I know that. It's some very, very dark type of time where, you know, you come to a place where people come up missing and nobody sees them again. Like, man, it'd be so many people coming up missing. Like, you better have some kind of protection out here, because motherfucker ride up on you and you'll never be heard from again. At some situations, it'd be your own friends and people you thought you knew setting you up on some satanic shit though, and you probably never knew. Oh, these people satanic. They believe in that bullshit. Have you? No, I never saw it because I ain't never been a part of it. I ain't never been no satanic individual. I ain't no goody two-shoes man of God, but I ain't satanic. I ain't a part of no secret cult, but I mean, there's a reason for it. That's why they try to sacrifice me. I was left out of the loop of knowing what the world was really about. I was left out of that whole loop. I had to learn Freemasonry on my own through books when I was locked up. That's when I found out the whole motherfucking society was satanic. And the thing is, the umbrella spreads over the whole entire God-forsaken land. It spreads over the whole land, right? If these people were an actual umbrella, we would never get no sunlight, ever. You know what I'm saying? That's just how many millions of people are involved. That's why 500,000 kids can come up missing every year and don't nobody ever got nothing to say about it. Because all these people that you see, oh man, all these people involved, everybody involved. Why you think you always see entertainers doing this shit? That means something, right? That's one of their little symbolisms. You see rappers, you see singers, they all like to do this. And if you don't do that, your ass will come up missing. Don't try to get into the cult and think you finna whistle blow. They'll do you the worst. Fillet your ass alive. But if you don't know nothing about what I'm talking about, that should be cause for concern. Because most people should know, whether they want to admit it or not, most people should know that we are living in a highly satanic society, and most people are a part of witches and warlock covens, whether it's the Illuminati or the Freemasons or the pagans or the many other organizations that operate right up under everybody's nose, that get away with murder, that get away with fraud, that get away with trafficking, that get away with being vampires and energy drainers and everything else. They get away with it because, you know, that's the police is involved, the justice system, and everybody else. Why you think people can't go to the police about gang stalking? Why you think? Because whatever these organizations choose to do, and whoever they choose to do it to, everybody is in on it. The whole fucking society is complicit, because Since the 1920s till now, they've managed to convert almost 80% of the entire population of America. Ain't nobody out here on the up and up, bro. Give a fuck what nobody say. Ain't nobody out. Ain't nobody on the up and up. All these motherfuckers are secret squirrels. All of them. And they gonna keep calling me crazy because I'm gonna keep saying it. These motherfuckers ain't on the up and up. My brother told me a long time ago, this shit is just a simulation any motherfucking way. You know? Yeah, well, these covens done got desperate over the years. They putting anybody on. I'm talking about anybody. I didn't see retarded niggas doing this shit. Dark work. They just want people they can control. You ain't never gonna be no master mason, but they'll sell you a dream and make you think you're gonna be one if that's what it takes to bring you in. What books did I read? I'm not speaking on the books that I read, but I didn't read some books. I read a lot of books, man. In my lifetime, I've read easily over 1,000+ books about all types of different shit. Some books I'm still reading. I ain't finished them. Other books I read cover to cover. You know, read a lot of non-fiction books. Am I a Mason? Absolutely not, man. I don't get down like that, man. I don't want to be a Mason. These Masons been attacking me. These Masons did a whole bunch of bullshit to me. So, no, I ain't no Mason, man. At all. And if it wasn't the Masons, it was the Illuminati. But, nah, I don't fuck around with none of that shit, bro. And you know what? Go check the channel out. That's what it's about, a lot of it. My channel. That's why it's hard to get subscribers, because, you know, why the fuck would, why would the same people attacking me want to subscribe to my shit? They wouldn't. You know, this whole YouTube space is full of these damn agents. I keep saying they right on my motherfucking channel right now, talking shit like they always do. You know, but I don't care. I don't care, you know. Sometimes it needs to be talked about. Sometimes it don't. It came up, so now we talking about it. Well, I ain't went missing yet, but like if you want to speak it into existence, then it is what it is. But I ain't gonna go missing. I got my spirit army is with me everywhere I go. If it was meant for me to come up missing, it would have happened. Right? It would already happened. You know. And if it's meant to happen, well, I need to do what I need to do to stay safe then. Because right now I'm good. Ain't shit finna happen to me right this moment. Right? And you know what? Even if you know why a person were to go missing, that's the problem with America. At the center of the onion is most people that aren't involved know what's going on, but there ain't nothing we could do about it. We're powerless. All we could ever do is just know. We could just know, right? You know, we could just know. But the synagogue of Satan then stepped into the house. Right? The synagogue of Satan is here. And you know, they love to make people disappear. That's what they do best. They don't give no fucks about your life, my life, or anybody else's. And I always say it's a trip, the amount of people that are willing to kill versus the people that are willing to die. It's a big difference in numbers. Big difference. Oh, so now they accusing me of being the Mason, huh? Hey, call it what you want to call it. That shit don't even bug me, man. Cause you just saying anything anyways. You just saying whatever. You feel me? Me? I'm a speak what I want to speak about. And Soapy, you know, he come in from time to time, and he always got some derogatory shit to say. But you know, you got to just let him, because it's not like you gonna ever see these people in traffic. And even if you did see them in traffic, you wouldn't know that it was them. They wouldn't give you no indications. Hey, you know my name is Soapy on your YouTube. Like, that'll never happen, ever in the history of the world. That'll never happen. Yeah, I'm Soapy. How you doing? And even if he did, it'd probably be when he catch me at the police station paying a ticket. He'll just walk up to me right at the window and tell me, but then he'll disappear before I can even react. Like, so, you know. How you doing, Soapy? We see you, sir. We definitely see you, man. Mr. Spicy himself. Mr. Spicy himself. Yeah, look at the pupils. Look at them. What you see? Keys and milk? Tell me what you see. Oh, now I'm on drugs. Damn, that's only 291 minutes late. He only waited 292 minutes to come and say, oh, this guy's fried. He's on drugs. You know, I've been streaming for 300 minutes, right? I think you a little late. I think they'd have been able to tell almost 4 hours ago what the fuck I'm on. I think they'd have been able to tell by now. Why he calling me a Mason? The damn Mason's messing with the channel always. Why don't you hit the like button and stop being a hater, be an innovator? All these erratic swipers. And cats is just erratically swiping. I don't care what you like. Soapy, I don't like you, man. Don't know you. And based on the fact that you come into my... And you don't just come into my lives, bro. You come into the comments on the videos. Multiple comments. And just be on some weirdo shit. Like you want me to see you. Every time you make it a point to be seen. That's what I don't get about you. Now you want to tell me that you like me. Hey, man, I'm not looking for validation from anybody, man. I don't know if you ain't been able to tell, but I don't operate off of validation, bruh. So you can like me. That's your right. Right? That's one of your protected rights, that you can like me. But it's also my right. I don't like you, man. Cause you didn't already said too much. You didn't already said too much, bro. Yeah, I know. That's why you like me, of course. Now you like me, right? Okay, well, hey, man. That's your God-given right. You got the free will to like and dislike whoever you want, man. You know what I'm saying? But you see, I'm still here. Still doing my lives. Still making my content. Still giving you a way in to come and say what you say with all your other buddies, right? I give y'all the motherfucking ability to come and spill your poison all over my channel. I give you that door. Open policy. Come on in and spill that poison all over the floor. I want you to, man. I want you to spill all the poison out. Get it all out so you can rest easy tonight, man. I want you to be able to rest when you leave this live. I want you to be able to think about who you are at the core when you leave this live. I want you to think about if it even matters who you know that you are. Does it even matter? Do these people even care? Not to me, not to anybody, but like to yourself, deep down inside, do you care who you know that you are for real? You can sit up here and fake and booty shake on my channel all you want. But do you even care who you know that you are? Does it even cross your mind that you are not the same person that you was as a little boy? The little boy in you is dead and gone. Now it's just an empty, soulless vessel floating around YouTube, spilling poison everywhere. You remind me of like an old sloppy man with a bucket full of poison, and every time he goes somewhere, he just spills it all over the place, poisoning everybody around him. That's what I see. But that little innocent little boy that you used to be, oh, he been gone for quite some time. But I know at some point, all you cats used to be regular people. Y'all at one point, I don't know when, how long it's been, but I know you probably still think about that person that you used to be, that you could have been. I ain't never compromised my integrity. Yeah, I know, of course, that's what we ain't little boys no more, right? You know, we ain't little boys. I done turned evil. I'm on demon time now. Yeah, we ain't little boys no more. We on demon time around here. I don't know what the fuck you been told, but you in the dead sinner. You in the dead sinner. You know. But just remember that little boy that you used to be. Tap back into that energy instead of working for the devil, working for the secret squirrel society. You know. But you know what? I got to give respect to the low fleas out there that will get on this channel and tell the truth. Even if you got to do it from behind a mask, at least you still telling the truth. Because that's the first step to changing your ways, is telling the truth about who you are. Once you can get that out the way, you can really think about who you are at the core. And you probably still remain who you are at the core. Because, you know, like Soapy said, we ain't little boys anymore. We're fully set in our ways, and we are who we are. And we don't care who don't like it. And of course, sounds like some shit a sucker would say. You know, sounds like some shit that a devil would think about, man. You know? I don't care though, man. You know, I'm just speaking this shit because y'all decided to target me, and I don't appreciate that. I really don't. And I think that the world is a really fucked up place because of people like y'all. And I think y'all know that. I think y'all know that our reality is fucked up because of y'all. Real talk, man. If it wasn't for y'all, everybody would have a better life. But because y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of sellouts, this is what we got to go through as a collective. What's going on, Callie? And I'm going to tell you why I call y'all a bunch of sellouts, because although some people had no choice but to be initiated, other people had a choice. They was approached just like everybody's approached. Some of these people reached out to these satanic motherfuckers, right? But either way, most of them was approached. And they said, fuck it, I'll do it. They didn't even think twice about it, right? But like, you know, parasites are parasites, whether they come in human form or microscopic form. A parasite is a parasite is a parasite is a motherfucking parasite, man. So keep on thieving and keep on achieving. I really ain't got nothing bad to say about it other than, man, that's your life, man. Just know you affecting other people.